Right. Right. Good afternoon, guys, from the EU. Or good morning for US guys. How are we all doing today? We've Oh, I see some of the new emotes have been approved finally. So it's fine. Mm-hmm. So we've moved the camera around a bit and stuff at the moment for today to see how this goes, see if it's any better. Right, so who we got? Who we got this morning? We've got some Brutosaur emotes. Hello, everyone. Pagoto, welcome. Yeah, the channel points is really confusing because what Stream Elements is talking about aren't channel points. Channel points are a native feature of Twitch and are accessible below the chat box. Do you know when you buy tickets? Because obviously I can't see this. When you buy entries into the giveaway, is it taking your channel points away from you at the bottom? Out of curiosity, because this is the first time I've obviously done this, so I don't know exactly how it works. Is it eating your channel points that you are spending? Doesn't seem like it. No. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So that means no, that's cool actually. That's really cool. No, that's really cool because that means I haven't tried, but I would assume no. There is no developer access to remove points as far as I'm aware. Stream elements and loads of points are completely separate to channel points as far as I know. And no, that's really cool. I'm glad you guys have told me that because if I was going to run these giveaways all the time, there was not that much point in me putting stuff on the channel to redeem for channel points, if you get me, because people were just going to obviously buy entries rather than the other stuff. But now I can put some cool stuff with channel points as well. Yeah, because you don't watch enough. You can't win anyway.
No,
that's a conflict of interest.
I wouldn't win anyway. It was just to test it out, see as well what you say.
Yeah, it's not using the points. Oh, thank you guys. I didn't realise that. That's like I said, that's really interesting for me for going forward. Kevin Hoover. Hello, Kevin. How are you doing over YouTube side? It's looking a bit lonely over there at the moment. All 6 of you on YouTube. Oh, Cowboy Upson. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why did that not pop up on my screen? What craziness is going on there? Thank you. You've pulled into second place on the leaderboard for that. I am Damien from YouTube, watching on both platforms, so 2 times more efficient while farming. Hey, thank you. Having them both open, that's even better for me. Thank you, thank you.
I do have 2,500 points.
Yeah, that's what the guy's just saying. It's not using the channel points. Yeah, yeah. Just it's fine. Fine. Oh, Pro Evils. Thank you for that sub. Already, we've only just started. Right, guys. The question is, did you hear the sound effects from the dancing squirrel? No, I did not. Right. Right. On Twitch, no. Right, right. Right, we have to make the dancing squirrel a bit more, a bit louder then, don't we? We want louder. To be fair, it's only a bit of... Why is it doing it there then? Right. Take it all the way up to there. That's fine. That's fine. Right, there we go. There we go. There we go. That's good. Good, good. Right. Um, that's all good. I put the sound up a little bit. Hopefully we will have a bit of sound if anybody else subs. But Manfus had already pointed out to me that there was no sound playing last time. And to be fair, I didn't hear anything either. I put my volume up a little bit. I don't want my volume up too high because if I hear it, you guys are going to get an echo. But if I don't hear it, then I have to go and donate plasma today, but let you run the screen. Oh, that is very noble of you, Mr. Upson. I hope you feel okay afterwards. Have you done it before? Right. Do you find the knock transmog sells well? I have a bunch of it, but can't seem to shift it. I don't find it selling. You can obviously see that I've got a huge amount of it, and I don't find it sells particularly fast. Even selling it on as many servers I do, but I don't know what it's going to be like in the long term. A lot of my stuff can be quite slow selling. Hello, Mr. Kachek. How are you on this fine day? I am fantastic. The MMDF. How are you doing today? Right, so we're just getting rid of this. Just getting this auction house stuff done. It's one of those jobs I just have to do, I'm afraid. Not the most exciting stuff in the world. Hey, Kay, how are you? Yeah, I'm good. How's it going, April and Tony? Both of you watching? Feels like everybody's sub now, doesn't it? Now that we after we had those 100 gifted the other day, it's great. Everyone gets to watch ad free. Kevin Hooper doing well, thanks. Good, good. Hey Kay, are you still active on the EU or just focusing on the NA? I am active on the EU in the sense that I'm still posting all my auctions on the EU, but I'm not active in the sense that I'm not actively crafting or anything like that. So the other day on stream, for example, we I only just got my first character to level 80 on that side. I think I've only got one crafter. I've just got the cooking character, on my main level 80, but that's literally all he has. He doesn't have anything else. So I don't really have anything on EU side. But obviously, I still make a lot of gold because I still have like hundreds of millions of gold's worth of auctions listed at once. So this is basically what I'm doing here. Is this? I think this is the US side I'm doing here at the moment. But I do a similar sort of thing on the EU. If I wasn't doing this on stream, I would do the EU and the US at the same time, listing the auctions. But this is basically what I do: just go through every single server and get those auctions listed. Cat sleeping on the sofa at the back. Yeah, she's she was a bit hyperactive, should we say, just before stream started. We thought we was going to have some problems. But I think she's worn herself out a bit now, so she'll probably sleep for 10 minutes before she starts causing havoc again. Guys, in Crafting Recipe Scan, it shows me a handful of things in green as profitable, but when I go to actually craft, I lose money. What gives? Are the prices just going down in the meantime? Because that's the thing. This is why I like to use craft sheets and stuff like that. Because Craft Sim is an amazing add-on, but all it's doing is just pulling the numbers across. So if the prices go down in the meantime, then you don't know really where you stand. You don't know what your crafting cost was. You don't know what you need to sell at to be at a point of breaking even. You just know that at that moment you looked at Craft Sim that it was a profit. I don't think we've had a single sale yet on this load of auctions. Yeah, you guys are going to have to give me some ideas now then as to what I can put on as channel point redeems, seeing as this doesn't use up your points. Because I don't think I've really got a lot on there at the moment, have I? Because I didn't think I was going to need to. So what, let's just... We'll make that. Let's just play with some of these. Just a second, get these going first before I start messing about with other stuff. Right, there's the right, so you can unlock emotes and stuff like that. There should be loads of emotes coming soon. I've got 28 emotes waiting for Twitch to approve them. So some of the new ones have come through. So like the Brutosaur one. There we go. And some of the others have come through already, but we're still waiting for them to approve the rest. They're just so slow at doing it. I like submitted them like 24 hours ago. Are you setting crafting prices or allowing crafting to use default prices from Auctioneer? Yeah. Mid with a Mouth's with us again every single time. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, you found the Brutosaur. You found the Brutosaur remote. There's going to be a few Brutosaur remotes. How can I join the giveaway? Just look on the pinned comment. It gives you most of the information on there. Right. We'll get all these done, and then hopefully the PTR is going to be up. Well, I was on Manfius' stream earlier, and it wasn't when he was on. So if that's not up, then we'll have to find something else to do. Hey, how's it going? Alfie is back. It's going great, thank you. How are you doing on this fine Thursday afternoon? Deno, how are you doing? Good afternoon, sir. Yep. Good afternoon, sir, to you too. How's it going? What's that badge you've got? I've not seen that one before. GLF, GLHF pledge. I've never seen that one before. So then what's the point of crafting? It's still good for some things, and it's still, if people can't use a craft sheet or set one up themselves or anything like that, it is still a good it's still it still gives you a good sort of general idea of what's going on. If it says you're going to be getting like a load of profit from something, then you know if you craft it, you haven't really got anything to worry about. And some people will rely on it completely for crafting, and that's fine. But you've just got to remember that the prices can go down, especially if you're doing a big batch or something. And at the moment, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't tell you your crafting cost per item. But I imagine, if anything, that might be something that they're bringing in the future. Because if they brought that in, then it would make it a much more powerful add-on, in my opinion. It was up, but just cooked for me. Mr. Mamphius there, showing off all the badges in the world. VIP, founder, and bits leader. Others were using it's fine. I was lurking earlier, Mr. Mamphius, but I was also trying to do a video as well. I know if as soon as I start talking too much, then the video doesn't get done. I wanted to try out your AI butler thing as well. But I know once I started messing around with stuff like that, I knew I would have made absolutely no progress on the video this morning before we came on. So we'll play with that next time you're on. I'm good, thanks. Good, good. Good to have you on board, Alfie. Hey, mate, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. How is it going? With crafting, it could also potentially depend on how large quantities you craft. The lower quantities, you are not likely to hit the multi-craft resourcefulness procs that's part of crafting profit calculations. Well, I mean, if you're doing low amounts of crafts, then it's RNG, isn't it? You could hit loads of multi-craft and resourcefulness, and you could be massively over that profit margin. But like you say, you could also get hardly any and it'd be really bad. But on obviously, you're thinking like you're looking at things as an average over a long period of time, aren't you? That's ideally what you want to be. Ideally, what you want to be doing. Any sales so far? I've not seen anything that's worth pointing out, to be honest. Oddly, nothing seems to be particularly selling, which is odd because you even in downtimes, sort of end of expansions and things like that, I usually sell a bit. Where are we, guys? If you rely entirely on crafting, not even using simulation mode to change what goes in your queue, you will lose gold. I did it first until I learned. Yeah, I mean, when you've got good profit margins, you probably don't really need to worry about it that much. If it's telling you you've got fantastic profit margins, then even if it drops a bit, then it's not too bad. But when you're talking about like the razor thin profit margins we have at the moment, then yeah, it's then you really need to know what's going on with the numbers. Like a few months ago when you were crafting at 30, 40, 50%, like it didn't really matter then, did it? In a lot of ways, you barely even needed craft sim anyway because it was so obvious you was making gold. But now when it's 5% or 10% or something like that, then yeah, you really need to know exactly your numbers. Stanley is good fun, pain in the ass to set up, but fun. Yeah, we will have a play if you are streaming tomorrow. I will come in and ask some things, seeing as I've got about 15,000 channel points or something for you, I believe. Seeing as you are definitely my number one viewed Twitch channel. Right, let's get these ones done. Still no sales then. You go, you go, you go, and you go. Tuscary, hello, hello, hello. How's it going? How is it going today? Can't get it to work. Feel like I need more caffeine. That sounds like someone from the US. As I believe it's fairly early morning over there at this point. People try and skimp on their build or talent points and wonder why they aren't making money. It's our job to take their money from the fool's pocket in our own. He should be thankful he ever had it to lose. Yeah, well, I do wonder if some of these people who like when I do something on YouTube and I get 10 comments saying they're making gold from it and then 5 saying they're not, it does make you wonder if these people don't have the setup they actually say in the video and they just try it with just some random character. Your Twitch Discord and the panels below the stream has an expired link on it. Okay. Oh, thank you, thank you. I will play with it. Let's get it up now, actually. Let's do it now before I forget. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. They should all have had no expiry on them, so I don't know how that's happened. But right, let's quickly. If I don't do it now, I will. I will forget. Yeah. Discord. Right, that's fun, isn't it? Right, give it a go and see if it's working now. It's a should 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 go through now. Um, Not very much. I'm very much in Scandinavia, so you're like 2 hours ahead of me. So it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're having coffee. Do you guys just thank you? Do you guys just drink coffee all day then? 8:15 a.m. Just getting going. Why are you into narrative or your characters? I like this area. I'll show you why when I finish on this character. So before we had the auction house mount with a mailbox, this was a really good area because you've got a mailbox just here. You've got your auction house mount, but most importantly, you can stay mounted and it's a rested area so you can log out instantly. And there's not many areas where you've got that combination of things. Now, ideally, now that we've got the new auction house mount, I would like to have a similar setup, but somewhere that's inside. Because if, say, you was in this building and you could be mounted, so somewhere inside a building where you can be mounted, and then your loading times are going to be faster, basically. But it's a lot of effort for me to move all my auction house characters. It would take me literally a whole day for me to move all my characters for the sake of slightly faster loading times. And it is a very boring day. So it's something I will do one day probably. But it's one of those things where you say tomorrow all the time. Is it really worth it? It does save a bit of time, but oh yeah, I forgot I'd added a Discord command as well, so you can use that for a link to the Discord. Yes, works now. Oh, fantastic! Thank you for pointing this sort of stuff out with me because I am still playing with a lot of stuff, and so I do really need to know when things aren't working. Miguel over on YouTube. Hello, hi, how's it going? We are just listing some auctions at the moment. Still no sales at all. Really poor. Really poor. I'm a Brit too, by the way, and I have to say you speak so cleanly. It's very refreshing to hear. You don't use many erms in your speech. I do use loads of erms in my speech. Honestly, when I'm editing YouTube videos, I don't I used to really strictly script it. And then when I started doing camera like 3 months ago for YouTube videos, I stopped it scripting so heavily and just used bullet points. But that means there's a lot of erms where you're thinking about how you're going to say something, which I must cut about 10 erms out of every single video when I'm editing. I must surely do it on stream, but I just don't watch the streams as much. Obviously, when I'm recording a video and I'm editing it, I'm listening very clearly to what I'm saying. But I don't really do that on stream, so I wouldn't really notice if I am or not. It's 3:18 here, so no, I'm just trying to cut down on sugar and caffeine. Oh, yeah, but it's boring without sugar and caffeine, though, isn't it? Unfortunately. Uh, with anniversary portal near, it's a little bit faster to move now. It is, but that what I tend to do is because I've got 5 accounts. If I'm going to move all my characters, rather than flying them, I will just move a warlock to the location and 2 of my other accounts and just summon the characters over, which you might think is really, really quick. It is quick, but it still ends up taking the whole day. Because you got to remember, I've got to do that across the whole EU and the whole US. So even though it doesn't seem like a lot, just to fly a few characters there, summon them all across, it does end up taking a very long time. This is why all these little things, they all really, really add up on the amount of time they save you. So, like me being, that's why I'm saying it'd be really nice if I could be somewhere inside now that there's the new auction house mount to give me faster loading time, because it might not seem like a lot, but if you save 2 or 3 seconds in your loading time over the amount of characters I'm logging through over months and months and years, it is worth doing. It is worth making that move. But it's just being asked to have such a boring day to move them all. Are you Leicester based? No, I am. Basically, I'm on the East Coast Midlands ish. Sorry. Yeah, say Lincolnshire, Lincolnshire way. Although we were living in Yorkshire, sort of Sheffield way, for about 5 years up until a few years ago. So I still have some of that Yorkshire Midlandsy way. You probably call Yorkshire Northern, don't you? But we do. I do still have some of that Yorkshire in my speech. It does still pop in occasionally, and I do get called out for it quite regularly, especially in real life. I wish it was easier to unlock garrisons on new characters. I would love to just chill in that instance all day. Yeah, I wonder what it's quite. I imagine that loading times there are probably not great, are they? For me, it is obviously instant logout, but there's nowhere I'm going to be able to mount inside, is there? There's not many places where you can mount inside. So you really need to, have a good think about that location. But I mean, it is a nice environment, and you're all instanced and stuff as well. Because I remember, as nice as this location is in Tanaris, when we had the pre-patch event for War Within, and everyone came to Tanaris, suddenly all my loading times just went crazy because everyone was there. You never know if anything like that is going to happen as well. Would mage portals not be faster than a warlock? I guess it depends where you want to go. Yes, yeah. If I mean, warlock summon is instant, basically, isn't it? But mage portal, obviously, you only need one other account to do that. You need at least 4 accounts to do the warlock portal. Why not Booty Bay? Because it's. I mean, you could do it in Booty Bay, I suppose, but that's where. Yeah, I suppose that would work as well as anywhere else. Like, I just try and go where other people aren't. because even just like half a dozen people being there, because a lot of people park their auction house characters there, it's just going to slow down those loading speeds a bit. I'm originally from West Midlands. You're not hanging. You got. That sounds like somebody that's moved down south. Everyone moves down south, don't they? Morning chat and streamer. Morning code maker. How are you doing today? Is it a good Thursday for you? Right, there we go. Garrisons are great. You can mount besides the storehouse and do everything. Yeah. And I mean, the advantage of the garrison, I suppose, is that you can get the bank access really easily. Whereas on this location, getting to the bank is a bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest. So I have to run to. If I want to go to the bank, I have to run all the way over here, which is not ideal. So from that perspective, the garrison is better. Let's get these done. Morning, the Oz. Welcome, welcome. And how are you doing today? Did you have a look at what I sent to you? Is there a way to play on the Russian realms? Yes, there is. You have to completely log out of WoW and then change the language settings to Russian, yeah. Which you do. Which you do down here. Somewhere, yeah, here. So you can only change it when the game is when you're not in game. And you need to switch both of those to Russian. And that is the only way you can get on the Russian servers. And you will be playing the game in Russian. It's the only way to get on the Russian servers to buy stuff. But it's a nice little trick to have because you can tend to buy stuff off the Russian servers very, very cheaply. I live in Panda Capital, bank, vendor, auction house, guild bank, mailbox. No need to move. But you do need to be engineered to access the auction. Yeah, but if you just give your bank characters engineer, don't you? Just spend that little bit of time to set it up, and if it works perfectly for you, then it's fine. It's one of those things where it's going to take you some tiny little bit of time to set it up originally, and then it's gonna work forever, then, isn't it? So. It shouldn't take us too long to get rid of. I think we must be over halfway through this already. More studying, more finals, losing gold, but learning a lot. As long as you're learning a lot in the process, then it does set you up well for the future. Because I mean, it is a very challenging environment at the moment, and if you can get yourself to a situation whereby you can make gold in the current environment, when the next expansion comes and things get very easy again for making gold, then you're going to be like absolutely golden then and absolutely rolling in it. Find it very easy to make gold then. Sorry, guys. I see. Thanks. Are you doing that though, or not worth it? I used to do it, especially when what can I say? Especially before we could transfer things easily across servers. So then it was really, really good because you do server transfers to Russian realms and just empty it of a load of cheap stuff and then bring it all the way back to a regular EU realm. And not many people do it because it is such a pain in the ass messing about with it, getting stuff from the Russian realms. Now it's not so profitable because it's the same with transferring anything across servers. It's not as profitable now as it was because it's so easy to do with the Warband Bank. But that doesn't mean you can't make gold from it. You can still pick up some really cheap stuff on the Russian realms. You know, it's almost like they're trying to sell stuff off quickly because they've got an interest rate of 24% and some ridiculous inflation or something, isn't it? I'm afraid of using TSM posting scanning. It looks way too complicated. When you're doing it like I am here, I have fixed values. So if I know it's not going to post, oh, need to empty first. I know it's not going to post if it goes below a certain amount because I put fixed values. I just put like 50 to 100k, and if it doesn't come in that range, well, let's say 50k plus, and if it doesn't hit that minimum 50k, then it won't post. And if it posts for 50k and it sells, I'm happy with that. But obviously, the basic ones you get will base it on the basic setup you get will base it on like the item value, which is obviously what most people use. But I don't like it because it's if prices change, you can end up posting stuff at amounts you don't really want to. But normally, like it's not on a tiny screen, is it? You're seeing the full screen here, and you can see there the amount that it's telling you it's going to post for. And if you see anything you don't like, then you just click skip and don't post that one. Can you please explain your process of getting into a new expansion with research, gold investments, and tools? How many characters you set up, and how fast you can rush for various professions? Well, at the start of this expansion, I was crafting loads of the rank 3 enchants without concentration. I think it was about a day and a half after the expansion released, and it could have been faster, but I was doing other things as well. And you could do this with any profession. Now, the people that had done their research realized the bottleneck was arts and security. You needed all your profession tools because you needed all the plus skill to be able to craft at rank 3. Now, what some people realized was that if you played a race that has a racial that gave you +5 skill, you could get away with only getting 2 bits of profession gear, and that means you needed 300 less arts and security, which made it much easier to be able to craft rank 3 stuff much quicker. So that +5 skill in those first few days of the expansion was absolutely huge with any profession. But the only way you would know that is if you had done your research before the expansion released, and that is basically it. You just need to know what's coming and do the research beforehand. But at the same time, that's just for pushing for, race to region first crafting and things like that. You can craft anything at the start of an expansion and make gold on it. I mean, I'm sure you've probably seen my 0 to gold cap in 5 days video, and you saw that character. I did not start it until global release, so that what was that, 4 days late, and I didn't really do an artisan security shuffle on it, and I still made gold cap in 5 days when the auction house spent half of that time down. So you can make ridiculous amounts of gold with any profession. But you just need to know and do your research before going into an expansion. But to be fair, even that being said, even the tailor I did made loads of gold, and it wasn't doing anything special. All it did was, it just unraveled. That's all it did at the start of the expansion. So the main thing about the start of the expansion is just push a crafter very fast to get best in slot, or as close to best in slot as possible, as quickly as possible. But when I say best in slot, I don't mean rushing for rank 3 crafting. I mean rushing to be able to craft stuff as cheap as possible. So you're getting all the multi-craft and resourcefulness first. Mr. Zan. Hello, Mr. Zan. How are we doing today? What about BOEs? Do you think they sell decently, or is it too slow? Do you mean like raid BOEs? I assume when you say BOEs. Any recommendation on what I should sell on all realms that is not worth your time but might be for me? So far, I'm doing stuff like shirts, vendor patterns, etc. The thing is, I can tell you things, and to be honest, you just need to do exactly what you are doing, and that is going and trying and see what it works. Because I've tried. You've seen on the current 0 to gold cap, I've tried things and I've made a lot of profit, but some of the things I've tried to flip haven't worked and haven't sold. So all I can suggest is you are doing exactly what you should be doing, and just trying things out and seeing what sells. Because it was the same when I started flipping as well. There was so much stuff that I tried that just didn't sell, and I don't flip it anymore. But yeah, you're doing it right. You're trying stuff and seeing what happens, and you start small, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So when on the current 0 to gold cap challenge, when I was started by, flipping things that were like 100 gold, putting together Dark Moon decks, flipping those across servers and things like that. But now I spend like 10,000 gold on things to try flipping. Just logged on. Didn't think anything would actually sell, but I actually made some gold. Not a lot, but it's slowly closing the gap on the stuff I spent on getting my professions up. No, that's spot on. If you can at least get to the point of break even, at least you've learned something, haven't you? In the meantime. Like we said, that's invaluable when you go into a new patch or a new expansion. Because there's been so many people that I've spoke to that have made a lot of gold but didn't know anything. And if they know everything, that they knew now, going into a new expansion, then they would have been in a very strong position to make a lot more gold. Um, yeah, somebody else said about the flipping Dark Moon decks get you some gold to get started. On some servers that they sell for crazy amounts. Like I've had a crafting cost for them for like 80 gold, and sold them for like 2,000-3,000 gold, which it's not a lot, but it's definitely a lot to get you started, and it gets you in the pattern of like in the swing of doing this sort of thing across server, which is the thing that's more important. You make a bit of gold, but just get used to doing it across so many servers. My biggest mistake was pushing tool crafting at the start of the war game. Why was that your mistake? I'm curious how, because a lot of people have said they've made a huge amount of gold from it at the start of this expansion. I'm guessing you probably tried sort of crafting the blue ones, the rare ones, rather than concentrating on the uncommon green ones. Because the people that really made, I believe, a lot of gold from crafting tools and stuff at the start of the expansion has been, they've got to a position where they craft the green stuff really well, the uncommon stuff, and then they've just sold it on a load of servers and made a ridiculous amount of gold from it. Yeah, raid BOEs. Yeah, so it's a really good market, but I also think it is a more risky market. You can make huge amounts of gold from it, and you can make huge amounts of gold very quickly from it, but you can also lose huge amounts of gold as well. And the problem with raid BOEs is they fall in value so quickly, and you can buy something cheap or what is cheap at the time, and if you haven't sold it in a week, it can be that price on almost every server or even below that price. So I think to be someone who successfully sells BOEs, you can't do it in a way whereby you just buy these BOEs and just sell them on the auction house. You need to be spamming trade chat, you need to be spamming discords and stuff like that to try and get it sold quickly. I have done it before and I have made profit from it, but I've also had some that I've made losses on as well. So I do think it is higher risk than a lot of other stuff because, like I said, the value just drops on these so quickly sometimes. Oh, we've finally got a sale. All this for 100k. What's sold? Majestic's Oracle's Cape Drape, should we say? That's a Zereth Mortis cloak. I think my average buy price and that's about 2,500 gold or something. Probably even less than that. That's literally all profit. Although this was a lot of posting for 95k gold profit or 90k profit or whatever. Hello, K-Chak. I'm new to gold making, haven't had such a good run so far. I was wondering, in your part 5 video, you showed 1.7 million with most recipes, patterns, plans. How do you keep track of where to sell, how, what for, and how long do you post them until they sell? Well, I tend to post them until they sell. Now, right, we haven't got a... Let's get an Oropus open. So, just a minute. So let's say we look at a battle pet. from the war within for a sec. Right, let's say we're going to buy this guy. We're going to buy Jump Jump. Now we can see we can buy him for 2,000 gold. So you could say, right, I'm going to buy all of these that are 3,500 gold and less. And you're going to buy most of those up. And then you're going to move them to all, these servers, but you're going to try and concentrate on servers that have at least medium, but preferably high population. Somewhere like Kel'Thuzad. This is American. Kel'Thuzad. Who else we got? Yeah, there's some high populations. So what you could do is, you've bought these for 3,500 gold or less. So you could have a TSM operation that says, I don't want to sell these for less than 10,000 gold. And then you can see when I go through these auctions that I have got stuff that is below my minimum selling price. Well, there's only 2 there, but so because they're below so if those were that pet, if those were that pet, that would be anything that's below 10,000 gold. So it's not going to post them. So you can't really make a loss because your lowest selling price is 10,000 and your average buy price is 3,500. The only way you can make a loss is if the price goes down so much that you're not going to post it anymore, which can potentially happen. But generally speaking, your minimum selling price is 3 times basically what you bought it for. Now, if you get to a point where it says you've got these things where it says cheapest auction below minimum price, what you then do is when you've posted your auctions, you chuck that in the Warband bank and you get it out on another server. Now, what you can do is like we said, if you want to, the most time-consuming way of doing this is looking individually for each server, for each item. So this I would post on Kel'Thuzad because that's a high population server and there's not one on the auction house. So you could put it on there for basically whatever you wanted. You could put it up there for like 20, 25,000 gold and hopefully it would sell. But then what might happen is when you go through your auctions and you're posting on the auction house, you might come to Kel'Thuzad and someone might have put one on the auction house for 8,000 gold, and then you're not going to post on the auction house anymore because it's below the minimum price you've set in TSM. So in that case, you'll then take it from that server, put it in the Warband bank, find somewhere else to post it. Now, the best way of doing it is to do exactly what I said there and manually move it to each server. So you're always hand picking the server that it goes on. The second best way, which is the really lazy way, which is what I do, is you just use TSM warehouse and operations, and you log on a server, post all your auctions. Anything that is left over, you dump in the Warband bank. But what you do is you'll enter your auction house, like I've done here. You'll enter your auction house, and you'll go to the Warband bank, and you'll click restock, and it will take anything out. If you have your warehouse set up properly, it will take anything out, one of anything you don't have in your bags, and then you'll try posting it, and then you'll post everything, and then anything that's below minimum price, you'll put back in the Warband bank. And it's a lazier way of doing it. But to be honest, if I was starting out with this, I would be manually putting stuff on each servers and hand-picking the servers. You won't know which servers, you probably won't know all the servers that are low, high population, all that sort of stuff. But if you just write it all down, that's what I did to begin with. Write what population of servers are down, and then you just, over time, you'll just learn it. Right, sorry guys, I'm miles behind on chat again. Right, sorry, I'm proper miles behind, guys. Right. Yes, I felt really good. Crafted 18 concentration enchants, never got past 10 on previous ones. You must have had some sick RNG there. I mean, I was going gear crafting, not tool crafting. Yeah, gear crafting is a long-term investment, isn't it? But it's not. If I was setting up professions at the start of expansion, I wouldn't be going gear crafting. It'd be something I'd think, well, actually, now I want something where I can sort of earn a little bit of gold across the whole expansion. So maybe I'll have this thing. But right at the start, you want to be going for something that sells in the region-wide auction house normally. Or if you are going to go gear crafting or anything like that, you need to be crafting something that's like a BOE that you can sell across multiple servers and just spread it out everywhere. I made 2 million from blacksmithing tools at the start, just the greens. Yep, that's what I mean. You just, so many people want the stuff. If you just get in there right at early access and just churn those things out. I don't know how good it's going to be next expansion though, because a lot of people know about this now. A lot of people have had a lot of success with it. And the problem is when you're spreading out to a lot of servers, it doesn't take many people to saturate the market. If you think I'm going to do this and spread out to 20 or 30 servers, then it only takes like half a dozen people in the US to do this, and you've already got several of each of these on every auction house. If Blizzard introduced a token exchange system for dollars, would you be a millionaire? Haha. No. I think, did we say it was about 50 or 60,000 or something the other day? I don't even know if I would do it, you know. Maybe start from scratch again, because I could get it all back, I suppose. Because even if I traded all the gold, it's not like I've not got all the stock. Although I say that, nothing's selling at the moment, is it? We've only had 100k so far, which is a bit pitiful today. Hey chat, glad you're streaming. Good to hear about WoW economy in theory. Do you have an idea how to prevent myself from being stuck due to inaccessible warband? It says other characters using it, but this is not true. It's basically, if you've got multiple accounts, the first character that logs in has the warband bank, and that's the only character that can access it. And to get rid of that, you need to log out the character that has it and then log another character in. So if you log both the characters in, number one goes in first. If you log number one in first, then until you log number one out and number two out and then re-log number two in, he's not going to get the warband bank. It is a bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest. Which is why sometimes if you've got multiple accounts, it's not actually a terrible idea using a guild bank nowadays. But yeah, that's basically it. Whichever character you log in first, log him out. And then log in the character that you want to have it. And if he's already logged in, then you need to log them both out and log the second account in. Get rid of those. Go Kez, people will forget about it. What will people forget about Go Kez? Sales are slow. Everyone has dipped until next week with the patch. Yeah, it is a but do you know, usually with this stuff, I at least get something. You're selling so much stuff on so many different servers. That you at least, you know, doing this would usually make me, you know, 500,000 at least. So yeah, it's a bit disappointing to be getting absolutely nothing, but maybe things are selling better on the EU side. but it's definitely not going particularly well on the US side, is it? Looking at this. Do you blacksmith, K? I do have a blacksmith character, but I've not really been doing that much with it, to be honest. But it was mainly because I find it a pain in the ass with the ever burning forge buff because it only lasts 10 minutes. But I believe I got information saying that Craft Sim has now changed so that it will automatically stop you crafting when the buff runs out, I believe. This is secondhand information I've been told. But if that is the case, then blacksmithing does become more appealing to me now. Because it was just a pain in the ass before, having to, set stuff up so you don't accidentally craft when you don't have the buff. Let's get these done. But yeah, it's a profession I need to try out really and see if I can make some good gold from it, like I did with the leather working. Because I'm sure there's little tricks and tips and all sorts of bits that we could potentially be doing. Why do you have that on this? How the hell did you get that? Some random bank character's got some War Within stuff on it. Right, second, what are you guys just talking about crafting? Do you still need 45 to get for knack still? I am not sure. I never did any of that farming content. Zan's probably the one to ask about that because I know he did a lot of that. He was lurking in chat. You can post that. There he is with the emote. Favorite emote. Is that one from your channel? No, that's not even your channel one, is it? You might have to borrow that one because it's pretty cool looking. I didn't mean for my channel. I just mean for my personal use. There we go. I got it. I only had to follow that spot on. Right. Yeah, great. Oh, there's loads of them. They've been custom done for sure, haven't they? I need to get some custom ones done. Besides just some of the stuff I've put together, although it'd be really nice if Blizzard, if Twitch would actually approve my. They're still waiting approval. Oh, they've approved a couple more. It takes so long to approve these emotes, don't they? What's that one? Limited time only emote. Oh, well, no chance with that one. Only seems profitable if you gather ores yourself. If you buy the ores, they're unprofitable to convert to items made. Everything will be crafting at a profit somehow over the long term, even if it's a low percentage profit. Because if something was not a profit, then people would not craft it. And if people are crafting stuff not at a profit, then they will lose all their gold. So if you are looking at something and it is never a profit for you, then they are doing something that you are not, or it's something that just doesn't sell. But most of the time, if it is a war within craft, then they are probably doing something that you are not. Because I mean that's just the way it is. People aren't going to craft at a loss. So people will just stop crafting. The price will go up. Then it'll get a profit margin, and then people will craft it. Just make sure you avoid craftspeople. Do the levy professions, they'll craft at a loss and just dump. But people can't be doing it over the long term because they would have no gold. So there will be people out there that it's 55G per Q4 bismuth. It takes 10 to make one core alloy. Q4 core alloy sells for less than 10 Q4 bismuth. Yes, but you get 1.5 alloys per craft if you are fully spec'd. I think it's 1.5 or 1.4. I can't remember. And secondly, you won't be paying 55G per rank 3 bismuth if you're refining your ore yourself. You'll probably pay 50G. Do you do that? Do you what? Yeah, it's 1.4 alloys. I'll go off the top of my head. So it's not what's sold. It's not just a case of 10 times the Q4 mats equals less than one core alloy, because the maths is more complicated than that. So yeah, you're getting 1.4, and then if you're buying rank 3 bismuth off the auction house, then you're making a mistake there as well, right? By not refining your own ore, which is cheaper. So it's two little things at least there, without even looking at your spec. Are you using your ever burning forge? Do you have the profession bag? Do you have the BIS set up? Whoa, how do you refine ore? Right. Thank you. That's coming through my speakers, guys. Thank you, Nutal Al. Thank you, that's much appreciated. I will. No, thank you. I will show you the refining ore thing in a minute when I finish listing the auctions. Okay, but basically, if it's cheaper to refine. I will not just show you the refining ore. I'll show you my blacksmithing setup. We'll show you both things when I finish listing my auctions, and we'll see if there's. I'm not saying you're suddenly going to be making millions of gold, but you know, it's obviously these little things that people are doing, because like I said, if it's always not a profit, then they are doing something you are not, because it can't be at a loss all the time. How I see it, I never saw the refining section at the bottom for sure. I appreciate it's a longer term. You need to do it with mining, basically. But it's like it takes like 5 minutes to set up if you don't have the miner. But if we look, actually, I can show you now. So So this is on the US. Now I've got no idea what the prices are at the moment, so I could end up getting embarrassed here. But you see 86 and 24, 32. Yeah, so that's barely actually barely made any difference there. But normally you can refine 5 rank 2s into a rank 3, and normally it will be like a bit cheaper than buying in the rank 3s yourself. Obviously it takes some time, but it's generally speaking, there is a bit of a difference there, but it's barely a difference there. But normally it's better than that. And you can do the same with any ore or any herbs. So at this point, it's basically essential to do this if you're doing alchemy or anything with rank 3 herbs. We're nearly done now anyway. This is the last set. Oh, raid, Beardo. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, my man. You had a nice stream. Yo. How's it going? You had a good one? It was good, mate. How you doing? Yeah. We're just getting started. It was good. Did some bits of my priest. Oh, missed all that. I will have to catch you next time, won't I? But I appreciate you popping over just as we're just getting going. For those who don't know me, I'm K-Chak, mostly known for gold making and occasionally generally just rambling on about useless stuff. But I appreciate you joining us for a little while. Saw you in the LFG Discord. I'm counting down the days, laugh my ass off. Yeah, me and you both. I've never been to like any sort of that sort of real life event thing before, and so it feels a bit. I don't know. It's going to be a laugh anyway, isn't it? I'm bringing the wife anyway, so I'll be fine. LFG is fantastic, mate. Yeah, I mean, I saw some pictures from last year and it looked messy. What is LFG? It's LFG London, so it's like a bit of a mini WoW gathering thing that's taking place in May in London. Oh, not quite a BlizzCon, but it's just like a little event. I think it's about 150 people, something like that. So I believe it's Dan from Mr. GM who's that sounds fun. I want in. All tickets have gone, I'm afraid. I think they sold out in about 8 minutes when I got mine. It was like I just sat here spamming F5 and luckily I got some tickets. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. But 8 minutes, what the fuck? Yeah, but there was only like 100 and yeah, first batch was done in 8 minutes. Yeah, yeah, you can join a wait list though. Yeah, in case anybody decides that they don't need to come. Basically, yeah, right. That's there's a saying out there: if you don't ask, you don't get. Yeah, that is very, very true. Can I have some free cash? Laugh my ass off. No. There's no point. There's no point giving somebody cash who can't earn it himself because it just go and then they'll come back, won't they? Never lend money to a friend. Right, sorry guys, I'm miles behind on chat. Are there some realms connected to each other if they are connected by the auction house? Yeah, you can basically. Did I shut Orbus down or is it still going? So if you're not sure which are which, you come on Orbus and click on sort of any item. So we'll just pick some random thing here just for a minute. Now, normally it's going to show you these realms. So you've got a list of realms, but if you click include connected realms, you can see which servers are connected. So you can see here, these 6 here are connected because you can see the item was listed for the same amount on the same date. So you can tell that those are connected because of that. So like this server here, this server is probably all connected because there's 3 of them on the auction house for 1,514 and 91 silver. That's a really odd amount. So you know all those are connected. So you can tell using that function basically. But all I do for Orbus Exchange, I just have all my characters on these servers and then you never have to worry about it. Right, sorry, we promised what we were going to look at. Said about the blacksmith. Let me just have a quick, it's on the other account, so I just need to bring that up in a minute. Get rid of that. I don't think we will need that one. Put you down there for now. Billionaire, I haven't even got 100k gold. I don't think many other people have. I think that's why they're here. I'm just trying to buy all the cash mounts, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that on its own is a difficult enough challenge because Blizzard just keep putting them in for crazy prices, don't they? So first thing we'll look at, we'll have a look at the blacksmith spec. Because if you haven't got the blacksmith spec right, then you're not going to really be able to do much beside, like, that's the absolute minimum setup you need, basically. Ever loads. I was using the exchange earlier. I found a mountain that was way, way cheaper in another realm. The issue is I couldn't transfer it, but you can do that with the Warband Bank. Yes, yes. So you go to the server, you withdraw the gold that you want out your Warband Bank to buy the mount. You then get the mount off the auction house and you put it back in your Warband Bank and you can take it to any server and then sell it for significantly more gold. But like if you are collecting mounts, then that is a way you should be buying your stuff because you will get it much cheaper like that. Right, so this is the minimum setup you should have. I'm assuming for crafting alloys and stuff like that, because that's what we were talking about, wasn't it? So you need, obviously, all your rare profession gear, rank 5. You need multi-craft tool with a resourcefulness enchant. You need ever-burning forge, capped, this capped, this capped, at a minimum. And you need all this here. You don't need this, but you do need all these because there's multi-craft and stuff around here somewhere. Where is it? There is some somewhere. I can't remember where it is now. Sure, it was on here. Yeah, there's some multi-craft here. on those two. So that's essential. You need to have that. On top of all that, you need to have your blacksmithing bag because that's going to give you more resourcefulness and multi-craft. And then you also need to make sure you use the buff. So that's this buff whenever you are crafting. But just remember, it's only got a 10-minute duration, so don't let it run out when you're crafting. It's a pain in the ass. But if you've got craft sim, somebody's told me that it stops you crafting now. So now we've got that. And we're still not crafting at a profit. But you can't. That is like the minimum setup you need, basically. And if you've got that, then you know you've got the basics basically. And as you can see, Craft Sim's loving it. Have we got any rank? No, we've not got any. Not got any rank 3 auto. Requires a forest. Sorry, I didn't actually use my buff then, did I? There you go, crafting at a profit now. Everything's at a profit. That's the other thing. Craft Sim's looking at what you currently have. So if you don't have the buff active, it can't tell you what's going on. But you can see there, core alloys, nearly 10 gold profit, over 4 gold profit, and 2 gold profit. Craft Sim lies a lot for blacksmithing too. Yeah, I mean, normally I wouldn't use Craft Sim. I would use my spreadsheet usually. I'm just using it just to demonstrate here, basically. That, you know, if the numbers are green on Craft Sim, then you know you're at least going in the right direction. And like I said, I did this without refining my own ore. So when it comes to the refining your own ore stuff, you come on your, it's basically here. So you can turn your rank 5, your 5 rank 2 bismuth into 1 rank 3 bismuth. And I believe it's under, yeah, so you need to unlock this node basically to do it with bismuth. So it only needs what? 55 points in mining, which, you know, you can get that very easily on most characters quite quickly to be able to do that yourself. And like we said, we looked earlier in the rank 2, buying 5 rank 2s actually wasn't that much cheaper than buying a rank 3. But sometimes you'll find it is significantly cheaper. And you might, like, sometimes it might knock like 10% off your crafting cost, which obviously makes a huge difference in your profit margins, basically. Right, since I've got this guy open now, let's do his daily patron orders. Right, sorry guys, I'm getting miles behind on chat again. Freaking miles behind on chat, sorry. Why is the alt limit so low? I've run out of servers. Rip. Yeah, it's 65, isn't it? That's the problem I had on the new Zero to Gold Cap challenge, wasn't it? I hit that cap and I didn't want to get another account just for that. Right, what was you saying before that one? What was your last comment? Looks like 30k difference on each item, but obviously super low sell rate. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're moving things to servers, you have to think about, is it actually going to sell on this server? It's okay moving to something that's like a super low population server where it's selling, you've bought it for 10k and it's selling for 500k, but if it's never going to sell, then there's no point in it, is there? That's why I was saying earlier, you might buy it for 10k and you go to a server where it's 50k, but it's a super high population server or something. So you have to handpick where you're moving things when you start doing this sort of stuff. But obviously you can make a huge amount of gold from it. It's how I really started out, was, you know, basic flipping things across servers. It won't show a profit unless you pop your forge buff. Yeah. Craft Sim doesn't auto add those stats. Yeah, that was my mistake. I forgot to use it. It's because I crafted one. Trying to understand if a second account would be worth it. At the rate of income, it could pay itself and the scale could improve the profit further. Honestly, what I would do is if you're on if you're on pretty much 65 servers at the moment with one account, I'd wait till it really is making you some good gold before you consider it. Because going from 65 to what? It's 82, 83 servers on the EU and the US. It's not that big of a difference. You probably only add in a load of low population servers on that you don't really care about. And it's worth it, but I would wait till you're in a strong position for doing it, basically. How do I get Bisque gear fast enough? Can't get the acuity. Enchanting Shuffle, probably. Yeah, exactly what General Costa said. Enchanting Shuffle. You'll get 1,000 artisans acuity in about 15 minutes. Thanks, Kay. I'll do some experiment. Yeah, like I said, things can't. Something like alloys that's getting that the economy is using a huge amount of every day. It can't be at a loss all the time. So if it is, then you're missing something because people can't craft long term at a loss. It just doesn't work. I've been cross-realm trading for years too, but I've never gone beyond 50 servers. You don't have to be on all realms to make good gold. There are diminishing returns, in my opinion. 100% like what Wu said. The only thing I would say, though, is having the multiple accounts really does help when you're listing your auctions. So I do not need to have 4 accounts on the EU and the US. You only need 2 on each. But the amount of time it saves for listing auctions, it's really worth it for me with the amount of stock I've got. But that's not a factor until you have a lot more stuff to sell. Right, let me just get this stuff. As soon as I'm not going to craft that. 6 iron core allies. What's that? Should we just do the iron? Let's make some of these ourselves. Oh, double multi-craft proc. Do me. Just craft a few more of these extra because I know I'm going to use them for other patron orders anyway. It's that one I want. Problem is on these 65 I have played alts and concentration alts too, so I'm probably on 40 servers or less. To be honest, like what we said, it's until you get to a point where you've got 20, 30, 40 items on those servers to sell and flip, then I'd start maybe considering another one. To lose money with a truly BIS setup, you'd have to buy your mats at the worst possible time and sell your crafts at the worst possible time without messing up Royal. You make money. I mean, I've had situations where I have sold at a loss when markets have crashed, but it's been mostly rank 3 crafts. And it's largely why I don't really like rank 3 markets now, because I just feel like they do crash a bit too much. But I mean, it can happen, but it's like you said, it shouldn't happen for long term, over a long period of time. I'm sorry I missed that. How many EU accounts is acceptable? Well, I think most people we find with one account, even if you're flipping, like Wu said. It's just when you're listing your auctions, as you guys saw who were here before, when you're listing your auctions, it takes time for them all to list and then you all to post. In that situation, if you've got a lot of stock on all the servers, it's worth having those extra accounts just to make the process faster. Right. So you transfer anything between EU and US. You can't transfer anything between EU and US. So my EU and US accounts are on separate battle nets. And literally, if you have an EU account and you start doing things on the US, have I gone to the wrong? Then you are starting a fresh account basically. Am I at the wrong one? I am at the wrong one. Idiot. So yeah, there's no way to trade things EU to US or US to EU. Uh, I'm curious to hear some of the more experienced goblins' thoughts. Do you see it possible to make enough gold to buy the Broodsaw using one account and sitting at 350k at the moment with Taylor, dual crafting, enchanting, inscription, and alchemy set up? I think it's very difficult at the moment. I think there's just so many people trying to make gold for the Broodsaw. It's so competitive, and profit margins are so crap that it's difficult. I don't think it's impossible. I think if you can dedicate enough time to it, then sure. But we've got what? 1, 2. We've got just over 3 weeks now. So if you say what need, let's say you need approximately 2 million gold, and you're at 350. So you need to make what 100,000 gold profit a day. I think that is doable, but I don't think it's easy in the current environment. Decorative lenses. That's actually what I was thinking would be really useful, being able to play craft level on classic or whatever while listening to auctions. I mean, a lot of people do have that, because it's not even like you need, if it's just auction house characters. Most my 4 out of my 5 EU accounts are only standard WoW accounts. They don't have War Within. If that's all you're doing on the account, then it just needs sub. So it is a bit better from that perspective, at least. But if you want to play on another WoW and be able to do stuff on that second account, then yeah, it works fine. Just keep at least one character slot free for deals on servers where you don't operate. That way you can buy, put in the bank, delete character even on that server. Yeah. So then you can still cover every single server without having the characters on every single server. Because like you said, a lot of those servers that you've probably picked to not be on permanently are probably servers that aren't really worth selling on. I think so, but you have to max multiple professions and scan a lot. Yeah. I mean, what I was saying was assuming you had BIS professions, 100k a day basically from now. You need. How hard is it to have 2 professions that are fully built on the same character? Is it better to have 2 full builds on 2 separate characters? 100%. It's better to get a BIS set up on separate characters, simply because it's too. You need what? To buy all the profession books and the profession tools you probably need close to 2,000 artisans acuity. And to do it, and you can do the enchanting shuffle and stuff like that, and you can get that 2,000 quite easy. But to get the next 2,000 is going to be extremely difficult. So yeah, if you're talking about crafting professions and stuff like that, 100%, then you are better off doing them on separate characters. If you're talking about separate professions. Could you make gold for me? No, I can't even make gold myself. I'm no good at this thing. Right. We can get this Patreon order stuff done, and then we'll craft some stuff and maybe see if the PTR's up. I'm sorry, YouTube guys, you do get left out a little bit when I'm on Twitch so much. Right, good, good, good. Right, so this is... Just move that down there for a minute. Just get all these daily chores done. And then we can do whatever from there, can't we? Seeing as I started on the blacksmith already, I may as well finish off the rest as well while I'm at it. That's effort. That means buying something. I think it's 1650 acuity if only one main tool, 1950th resource from the Zam multicraft is needed. Yeah. But basically, you just need to do that enchanting catch up. And you're fine. So you can, it's very quick and easy to set professions up now. What am I missing? Sunless carapace. But yeah, setting up a second profession it's just not really worth doing if you're trying to get to a Abyss setup. The alchemy patron orders for catch up, would you do one that says it's around a 600G craft if you only got 1 or 2 KPs? That is a personal choice, Rick, as to how valuable it is for you. See, I don't care. If anyone was just paying attention a second ago, I just used rank 3 hides to craft stuff on here, which I didn't need to do because I couldn't be bothered to buy rank 2 hides because I have the gold to throw away. So my opinion on stuff like that, you know, you shouldn't take my opinion on stuff like that because I just like don't care when it comes to the gold cost. So it's all down to what you personally think. But I know for a fact that obviously making gold out of alchemy at any time is challenging. Right, where have all these gone? Where's all these wows gone? Why have you just gone up there? The wows are already losing their shit today, and we've only just got started. Oh, finally able to catch your streams, Mr. K-Jack. Thank you so much for helping me with the gold in the war bin. No, that is spot on. Thank you. I'm not going to try pronouncing your name. I can't get even close to that. But what is it that's? I'm curious. What is it that's actually helped? I do like to hear in particular what people have taken from the videos and things like that. That's, you know, they've really found to be of benefit to them. I'm back. Hello, Beardo. Welcome back. Welcome back. The only worth second profession, in my opinion, is the concentrated enchanting build that you already basically do because the show. Yeah, I mean that's actually, yeah. People say that every stream, and I forget about that. So if you've done an artisan security shuffle on a character, then you will have a ridiculous amount of enchanting knowledge points. So that character is basically a set up enchanting concentration character that's going to make you gold. So that should be what your second profession is because you've already set it up just by doing what you were doing to set up the first one. So this is my main alchemy character, who has a fairly ridiculous amount of knowledge. Though he has 9 catch-up. I don't know where that's... I must have missed something, because I'm sure I was down to about 5 catch-up at one point. Let's get this stuff. Still on finesse, guys. It's not flipped yet. What were we doing? Already learnt from that this week. 4 of these. Let me just see what. Sat on 133 alchemy knowledge. So 40, 80, 110. Like I'm actually 2 knowledge points have been able to away from maxing nose and maxing flask. I might do that tomorrow. This guy is only like 25 knowledge points away from being able to craft flasks, vials, and potions as good as possible. Now, originally I was going to use all this for maxing this out, but I've started a second alchemist now, so that might be where we go with that tomorrow and max that out as well. Is there a way that I can buy the War Within on US with EU gold? Nope, I'm afraid not. Unless you can find someone who is willing to trade you US for EU gold on WoW Marketplace, but you can get scammed from doing that. So just be cautious with stuff like that. But generally speaking, no, it's not great, unfortunately. Your knowledge point catch-up video really helped me. I was really behind on it because of grinding Mythic Plus and Raid for 2 weeks. And I made decent money from mining Nullstone and Herbin and made my first million. No, congrats, man. That's great. That's spot on. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a problem a lot of people have. So when the expansion comes out, they obviously play the expansion. You want to do things, but then obviously the gold making opportunities are right at the start of the expansion. That's where you can make crazy amounts of gold. But I'm glad to hear you made your first mill. That's fantastic. Get these done. Surely you wouldn't scam me, right? No, I wouldn't. I can't do it. I don't know what the ratio is as well anyway, because it's not a 1-for-1 trade. US gold is more valuable than EU gold. But if you go on WoW Market, there are people there with like, 1,000 reputation that have done like 1,000 trades. But you just need to make sure you're talking to the right person. Like you message them, they don't message you, sort of thing. I know someone who was on the stream the other day had done some classic to retail trade, hadn't they? So they'd managed to trade some of that gold from classic onto retail, and it's probably a fairly efficient way of making gold at the moment. Right. Right, so that thinks all that's done. So if we think we'll probably do some more tailoring because that stuff's been selling really fast. Recently, and do some tailoring, do some inscription again. We'll set up the farm, and then we'll see if we'll set up the ray gun farm again. Hopefully, I won't get ganked all day again like I did on Tuesday. We may, if I keep getting ganked again, we may have to switch war mode off, but it probably means I won't make as much gold if I do that. Right, let's see if we can. I will be good today, and I will actually use the sheet. Right, so we're doing. I was really naughty the other day, and I didn't use it. I just crafted, just sort of breaking all my own rules. So let's just do things properly. Right, so weaver cloth, we are at 16.8. It's actually even higher than that. We bought 16.9. Geez, that's gone up loads in price. Rank 1 Storm Dust is about 10.34. It's an odd time of week for the prices to be going up so much. Actually, I'm only going to pay 16 for that. I'm not going to buy the rank 1 stuff. I'll buy the rank 2 stuff, which is cheaper. So, where's the... So, crafting costs. So, the bolts, exquisite weaver cloths are 44.52. So, what's that? 8 gold profit each. Rank 2 is 33. Even the bolts are a little bit of profit. There we go. I did everything properly today. I'm behaving. Nope, we don't want you big. Have you small. We put you in top left because for some reason, force of habit, you always go in the top left. Right, sorry guys, getting behind on that chat again. Yeah, that was me, but I can't seem to find anyone to transfer gold between regions. There are people on there, I'm sure there are. Yeah, I made a plan for it for whenever next big patch expansion hit. I'm going to make gold priority first and not mythic plus. It's hard because you just want to enjoy the expansion, but at the same time, if you do that, then any opportunity of really making gold goes out the door a little bit. New here, I only play one character. I always keep engineering alchemy. Do you think there is any way to make money, or is it slim margins, basically just buying low, sell high? Everything, Aces, everything is really slim margins at the moment because so many people are doing everything. It's very challenging for everyone, and we don't know if it's just because there's more people involved in crafting. Everyone's desperately trying to make gold to get the mount. So there's not much out there where it's just like, oh, this is absolutely amazing. This is what you should be doing. everything's just sort of, every profession is pretty much the same. I tried some engineering parts recently. I did okay with that when I had a perfect setup. Alchemy is very, very challenging to make gold from. Way too many people into alchemy. I would say it's probably the most competitive for selling stuff and profit margins and stuff like that. Right. Switch over to the resourcefulness tool, and you can get unraveling. Is there an add-on that saves configurations for a craft so I don't have to select rank 2 mats in a framework every time? Not 100% sure. Not one that I use, but I imagine there's probably somebody out there who does a lot of concentration characters. Zan can probably help you with that because he does loads. So if there's one, he'll know about it because he'll be using it. Making gold as enjoyable. Yeah, I mean, it depends what you enjoy. Some people just want to play Mythic Plus and stuff like that, which is fair enough. But that means, obviously, it's difficult to make gold when it does come along, when it does come to that point. Oh, now we're lagging, guys. Crafters crashing us. Crafters taking us down. Less demand right now. A lot of people playing Marvel Heroes and Path of Exile too. Yeah. I mean, it happened when we had some of that when Classic came out as well, didn't we? Where it just started doing stuff like that. Log some of these characters out for a minute. It doesn't like having all this on at once sometimes. Yeah, my buddies that would be online for 24/7 hasn't been on since Path of Exile 2, so a week now, no shows. Yeah. I've got a feeling there'll be quite a few people like that. Let me see what he's just sold. Yeah, but you need gold for consumables, pots to do Mythic Plus raid with, which you can pay for it in real life money, but I prefer not to. Yeah. And I speak to some really good gold makers who only make gold for like the first month of the expansion. And they do it for that exact reason, just so they can do what they want for the rest of the expansion. They make huge amount, like tens of millions of gold they make. Oh, we've got some boundless ciphers already. In that first month of the expansion, and then they just don't bother then. It's just to get that gold to survive them for the whole expansion, basically. Gold Queen, I believe you stream as well, don't you? Am I correct? The name definitely rings a bell. So what we'll when the gold making is slim picking, you have to look for things other people have missed, which means going back to basics. What do other players want that you can get them? Yeah, I mean, all this crafting in the War of In and stuff, like you said, it's very slim margins and stuff like that. But some people are doing stuff that have crazy profit margins, but it's because they're not doing what everybody else is doing. And the problem is, a lot of the time when you go making content creator, people come to you. They come to you wanting to know, what do I do to make gold? Well, it's exactly what Gold Queen just said then. You need to do what other people aren't doing. Start of the expansion, you can do anything to make gold. You can make crazy gold doing anything. But at this point, you need to think about what are other people not doing. Like I did a video about the Shadowlands legendary crafting the other day, how I saw the the profit margins and stuff like that were good because nobody's talked about it for ages. But now that market, I've not looked at it, but I'm sure that market's probably dead now because I've talked about it. But there's always these things somewhere in the game that you can do. Right, we're gonna use that guy. Are you the biggest wolf from Wall Street in the EU? No. There are much bigger guys out there. Believe me. And to be fair, I would be a lot bigger if I didn't do content creation. I'd have a lot more gold. If I didn't keep talking about some of the stuff I do, then it would be much more profitable. Like I was crafting rank 2 tempered potions for like 40 or 50% profit margins and making like millions or tens of millions of gold. And then I made a video about it and it killed it. But if I hadn't made that video, if I'd have carried on just cashing in, it's just because you're doing something other people aren't. Which you may think, oh, everyone's doing rank 2 tempered potions, but they weren't. Everyone was concentrating on going for rank 3 crafting instead. Right. Why have I come here? I've come to the wrong. Don't know why I'm on that. Kill you. Good. Right. Have you got any? Right. Let's. One strat is to look back at gold making videos from years back. After they did the bid, the market got saturated, but may have recovered and become a decent niche again. Yeah, I mean, I literally said it in a video recently. Don't do what's in this video now. Come back and do what's in this video in a month, because then it might be worth doing. But there is so much stuff, and I know because people come to me on the Discord and talk to me about some of the stuff they're doing, and I don't share it because it's a tiny little niche market with ridiculous profit margins. It's because they've gone out and they've found it themselves and they've kept quiet about it and they're making millions from it. And they're making, and they've just put that effort in to find the market. But like I literally said, you can literally just go through your professions from every expansion and look at stuff and say, does this sell? Finding your niche is the best advice I had from you. I really started to research possibilities. Best part is that when the market is not so competitive, there's so much less stress involved. Yeah. It's like you see with my auctions I posted earlier. I post my auctions for 48 hours and forget about them. There is none of this ridiculous cancel scanning and stuff like that. So at the start of expansion, you just go with professions, push it hard and make the gold from doing basic stuff. But then when we get to this point, you're going to go back to doing that other stuff, the more niche stuff. And like you said, it's more chilled out when you're just posting stuff and you're not as bothered if it sells. Right, let's be good and do the numbers again before we start crafting. Right, we need to use the average buy price 7.1. That's come down. 16.99. Not that it's worth changing that. And we need spears. And we'll probably take about 5,000 of those, which about 15. Let's put it at 16 because we're not going to be that bothered about that. Right, let's actually check our crafting costs then, yeah, before we go. Yeah, need to sell boundless ciphers at 118 basically to break even, and they're at 143. Oddly, that the rank 1's actually below the rank 2. It's unusual. It's fine. We're still going to craft them. Right, we'll have 8,000 for now. We got what to craft, one tool. Good to go. Get at it. Where's the other account hiding now? I don't know why it keeps teleporting these WoW windows all over the place. You've got to know yourself too, what you are good at, what skills or professions or knowledge do you have that's better than other players. Yeah, and yeah, it's just the best way of making gold long term. Anyway, I can't stay. I have that email. I have gold to make. Have a good stream. Thank you. Enjoy. Come on, why have the advertisement started? Just have to ask the question. I don't know. Answered in the meantime. I think I must have missed it, Latro, because I can't. Let me scroll back up. Oh, I'm trying to copy characters to the PTR since yesterday, but the list just says empty no matter how often I restart the client. Copy account is... Latro, I had some problems on the PTR last time as well. What I had to do that sorted the problem out for me is I logged in on my Battle.net, on like just via Google Chrome or whatever, logged into my account normally through that, created a second PTR account, and then it was working for me. But my my WoW 1 PTR account wasn't working until I created that second one. So I don't know if that helps, but it sorted problems out that I was having with it recently. I would recommend to get a profession as a demand through the whole expansion, even if the price goes down. So will the crafting materials. Therefore, you don't mass craft all in one item. Spread out and get high demand items. I do a lot of gold on rank 3 bisque crafting. Yeah. If it works for you, because there's always, like we were saying earlier, there's always going to be profit. Because if there wasn't profit, people would stop doing it, price would go up, and then people would start doing it. There's always going to be profit through the whole expansion. It's just whether you're willing to craft for that profit margin, basically. I'm still make good money with alchemy, but need a long process to have the regions to have profit based on form and charge and make all needed items by myself. Yeah, I can't wait to get the alchemy character ready to be able to do that, because I'm really interested in the maths behind that. It's not particularly simple. But I really can't wait to get into it. But yeah, like you're saying, it's a long process, and it's probably the only way to reliably make gold with alchemy at this point. Although obviously what you're doing works for a lot of professions, not just alchemy. By the way, I started playing WoW in New Orleans, so my game knowledge about all the stuff is very limited. Of course, it's harder, but there are possibilities. Yeah, like I said in the video, though, you can literally just work your way through. You open up engineering, and you can literally just look through classic engineering, look through Burning Crusade engineering, and you can literally just go through it like that. I can't listen to what you are saying because of work. Just wanted to say hello. Hello. Thank you for listening. And we all envy you for having the stream open at work. But thank you for lurking. Sally Van over on YouTube. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? To the YouTube guys. Right, 2 seconds then. Right, so said we would have, or try and have a look around the PTR. Or do we want hard hardcore? No, we need to do PTR really. We can't. We need to do the things that we're supposed to be doing. Don't want to be messing around on hardcore. Sweet, you're multi-boxing. Hello, Red Star. And it depends what you define as multi-boxing. Yes, I have 4 accounts open. Or I will have 4 accounts open if the PTR ever opens up. Gonna do. Is it gonna go? I have 15. You have 15 accounts. Well, I only have 11, so you're beating me. But I can only have 4 when streaming, unfortunately. My PC struggles enough with 4 when I'm streaming. And what are you using 15 accounts for, out of curiosity? Right. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. Good, good, good. Right, this PTR finally opened. Yes, yes. And then you can have this sometimes on the PTR as well, where it's struggling to copy your character. Are you using shell to send command to each UI? No, I'm not sending anything. These 2 are crafting AFK. This one's sat on an AFK farm. So I'm literally, the only account that I'm actually doing anything on is this one. I don't have any sort of controlling technology because that would be stupid because it would get you banned in like 5 minutes. Tomorrow, well, either way, there's no benefit for me to doing it anyway. I've got 2 crafters and I've got an AFK character, so I don't benefit from it really. Tomorrow I'll be the final knowledge points to at least do the tailoring setup for bolts. Have you got general cost? Have you got the unraveling as well? So have you got unraveling and bolt crafting? I just joined a Mythic BOE farm, and the second run of waste drop for me. Am I lucky? That's awesome, Dennis. How much have you made there then? Get these going. It's just not letting me copy my character. General cost. Do you know what setup you need? Because I'm on the tailor, so I can show you if you're not sure. Yeah, if you show me, that'd be great. So that you can ignore. And basically, you need this for the unraveling because there's obviously all those bits in there, and you need the resourcefulness. So that if you've got these two and the resourcefulness, then that makes you a BIS unraveler, and then you need that as well to be a BIS bulk crafter. But you don't actually need that much knowledge-wise. What you do need, you just need 1 point into weaving and unraveling. That's annoying, isn't it? Being 1 point short. You need to make sure you've got the bag. That's probably one of the more common things. Have everything else as well as double tools. So you've got the bag as well. Yeah, got that as well. Yeah. And you're all enchanted and everything. It sounds like you're all good to go then. Right, actually, it's crafting a bit slow. Have everything else as well as double tools. Yeah, spot on. Thankfully, the bag don't cost any art and security for tailoring, doesn't it? It's been so long since I got mine crafted. Is it that one? No, it doesn't. How bizarre. Well spotted. I didn't even know that. Didn't even know that. Has been months though, so it does 100. No, it doesn't. No, yeah, I was surprised. I thought so too. Right, it's not looking like. I'll try opening up another PTR account and see if that works. If not, then I might just have to go on hardcore for a little bit because the PTR. I know Manthea said he was having trouble on the PTR earlier. It doesn't look like it's going to have it very well. Right. Probably going to need a shitload of water. Right, actually, I don't need to copy because he's already got level 81 here. Just tried creating another PTR account. It's not working either. Thank you for trying yourself. Seems the problem is not with me. EU, by the way, but it seems to be working. Both NA and EU are not working. It might not be you because I know when I was watching Manfis's stream earlier, he was struggling to get on as well. So it might just be a PTR issue. It might be a temporary problem. Which, I mean, is annoying, especially when it's sort of got to that point where you want to actually test things before it comes out. But I'm not even sure where we actually need to go to start all this stuff up for the Siren Isles. Let's give me a quest. Yeah, that's helpful, but where do I go? Do we just go to the flight path? Unspent. Everything's so freaking weird on the PTR, right? Just give me anything. Just because I can't be dealing with it being sat popped up. Fine, right. Is this just going to be a flight to somewhere? No, right. Do you know how to get to Siren Isles?
Oh, yeah. Fly up. Oh, get your map out. It's at the top corner. Over there. Up there
Right.
somewhere.
There's
There's like a little landing pad and a air balloon to take you to it.
okay. What? Just randomly over here.
Yeah. Bit higher. It's somewhere over here. Up a bit more. Over there. There's
Oh,
the balloon.
there we go, guys. That's how you get there.
Take that airship and talk to someone on there. One of them. Back to the other side.
No one wants to talk to me. Does it just take you straight away, or is it going to go?
Yeah, it should take you straight away.
They're just saying the same stuff to me. Do we need to do a quest or something beforehand?
Possibly. There was someone I think I had to talk to send me to there.
Wish I could go over to a Russian server right now.
Go into the main city with the
Right, kitty, kitty, you
council.
can't sit there. You can't sit there,
You
kitty.
know the reputation vendor, the council door inside that building.
Yeah.
Just go see if that person gives you the quest. It's like a purple quest, I think.
Like that one. The
Yeah.
expedition awaits. That looks like it, doesn't it?
That there, and it should send you back to there then, if I remember.
Okay. Try that.
Me going off memory, but
There we go. Good, good. Let's go. Got it now. It's fine. Let's give me the quest here. Wish I could go over to Russian. Why do you want to go over to the Russian servers? Don't want to wait for my knowledge point. Going to grab a recipe for 10 gold on a different server. Lol. Yeah, just do that. Then you can get going, can't you? That works too. Not one. Yeah. Right, is he going to actually? There we go. Speak to him now. Right, I'm ready to embark. There we go. Skip this or not. Netty Pop, hi, welcome. How are you doing today? For those of you that have just joined us, we are doing some crafting on the bottom two characters. We are doing a bit of an AFK farm in the top left, and in the top right, we are just exploring the new PTR Siren Isles, which we've got coming on Tuesday, Wednesday, depending on which region you are in. Although, I think I may have found a bug already. Maybe, maybe not. There we go. Good to go. I don't trust just jumping off that. Good, just trying to learn to not be poor. That's as good a reason as any to be here. Any questions, feel free to just throw them my way. Right, is it actually going to make me kill some stuff? Or pick up, click on some stuff basically. Fine, that's good. What the hell is going on here? Okay, those look like the gems for the new ring. I assume that's just a PTR thing. I can't imagine they're just selling them for 40 gold normally. Love that the memories remaining bar is still there. Yeah. I end up with all sorts of funky stuff on my characters because I never do anything. And that in. So I'm assuming this is just the introduction quests and stuff. And then we found some rares. I don't know. I know I'm a hunter, but I don't know if I'll be able to solo one because I have got pretty bad gear, to say the least. Almost everything you are saying is going over my head though, lol. I'm sorry. I'm not well, hello cat. I don't explain things perfectly well. I would say some of the time. I'm sure most people in chat would say a lot of the time. Blizzard tell that multi-craft and resourcefulness will be reworked. Do you think that will happen next patch? They've said it's not happening. It was originally going to come in the patch we've got coming on Tuesday, but they've now said that's not happening. So I assume it is going to come in 0.1 patch, which will be a couple of months away. The fact that they announced it would be coming in this patch seems to suggest that they couldn't have been that far away from getting it done. So it seems fairly likely that we'll get it. And you'd think that they're just going to possibly just nerf multicraft a little bit because it is quite a lot stronger than resourcefulness. But yeah, I imagine we won't see it. We'll probably see it on the 0.1 patch. But obviously, we'll have a PTR for that fairly soon as well. So if we got this patch coming Tuesday, then hopefully it won't be too long, and we'll have the PTR for that. And then from there, we can test it all out and see what we think about the new numbers. Right, what do you want me to do? Oh, you don't want me to do anything. He's gonna. Oh, I do need to get some gear before Tuesday because this is ridiculous. This is like a raid boss killing a normal mob. No way I'm going to be able to probably solo the elites, which is annoying because that's the thing that I really need to be able to do as well. All good. I'm newish to WoW. There's a lot of I still don't know or understand about professions anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of people that we've got a lot of new players coming into the game. But on top of that, we've got a lot of people who are coming back to the game, and the profession system has changed significantly in the past 2 years. And it is on my to-do list to do sort of a professions guide from the absolute start to sort of getting somewhere a bit more advanced, because the system is very complicated, and you can pick up that. Oh God, I've just pulled half the zone. Sorry. I don't think there's any particularly good videos out there explaining the system start to finish. That's what I needed, some more mobs. Come on, come this way. Come this way. Be nice if you could get this guy off me that's eating my head. Sumo, click on that. I mean, hopefully this is just... I assume this is just sort of one-off intro questline sort of thing. Right, you wait a minute. Have you finished unraveling everything? Yeah. Does it crash in the process? which it looked like he might do. Hopefully when they said when this next patch is coming out, but hopefully we're not going to have so many issues with this crafting lag. Because it's just ridiculous. Just absolutely killing RAM. Like every time you try and do anything on a character that's crafting. Is he done? Is he calmed down now? You're multi-crafting. And he's like another 30,000 of those. Right, I might put guys, I'm just going to put like a bit of a cooldown on some of them freaking commands. Right, just going to carry on. Give him some more of that. No, we're not going to sell those. We're going to use just get all these used up. There it's probably 30, 60. Probably just worth maxing this stuff out now. Like, because I've nearly capped everything I need on this character anyway. We'll stop getting knowledge on this soon because I don't particularly want to do any gear crafting, and that's pretty much. In fact, I don't need any more tailoring points. Unless I want to max this out, but I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Fine, that's all good. We'll get back to doing that. I should probably have farmed some more gear actually before I copy this character across, but I haven't actually got a frigging clue how to gear nowadays in WoW. It'd be nice if we get to like 600 item level or something. Or what's going on? Just burn you down. what we're doing. There's going to be something else that comes. That's fine. Which tool do you equip for which steps of the tailoring setup? Basically, if you see here, let me just get some weaver cloth. It's easier to show you then. Of course, he runs off. So you can see here, I've got a multi-craft tool. And multi-craft is better than resourcefulness, always. If you can use multi-craft, then you'll use multi-craft. But you can see here, if I look at unraveling, there's no multi-craft chance on there. Even though I've got all that multi-craft, there's no chance to multi-craft because it doesn't appear on there. But resourcefulness does. So in that case, you want to be using the resourcefulness tool to get as much resourcefulness as you can. But when you come to crafting bolts, you can see that there's a multi-craft on here. So in that case, you want to use the multi-craft to get that as high as possible because it's a much more valuable stat multi-craft than resourcefulness. So there's this odd things that you need that you don't get multi-craft from, and in that case, you want to use a resourcefulness tool. And it's the same with unraveling and prospecting and gem crushing and all that sort of stuff, where you're doing that sort of first, and milling herbs as well. When you're doing that first stage, where you can't get multi-craft, basically. But it does mean you need, obviously, both tools to have a good setup. Or to have a BIS setup, should we say. You need both tools to be able to craft through from start to finish. Okay. Right. That's nice. Blizzard give you the option just to skip the game and just wait instead. Is the concentration alt army still worth doing if I started now? If it's something you're going to do for the whole expansion, then you probably make some good profit from it over the course of the whole expansion. But you're probably not going to see your gold back for a while, and I don't think it's worth spending ridiculous amounts of gold to do it now. Like, you know, getting really expensive tools and stuff like that. Right. You go back to crafting. But it has been on my to-do list just to set up a new enchanting character and see how much it costs and how quickly it get its gold back for doing it. Because obviously the margins at the moment are thin, but to set up a basic enchanter is really cheap as well. So right, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to buy that? Don't have enough for. Right, have you given me that ring? Right, okay, that's what you're moaning about. Oh, it's just telling me to. Copy that somewhere. You. Still no drop. It's just under 30k on EU for Abyss Enchanter. Is that for is that to get a you know, like a full shatter build? And with a rank 4 or rank 5, I assume you mean get an enchanting rod as well, possibly? Yeah, is that including mats for the arts and security as well? Yeah, because if it's only if it's costing you less than 30k, then it probably is worth going for Abyss setup still. Because it's not going to take that long to get 30k back. Concentration ult, rank 5 rod, and arts and security shuffle, less than 30k. I mean, you can't really argue with that, can you? It probably is still worth doing then. How much are you making per? How long? Okay, so if you've done that recently, how much did you make from your first set of concentrations? So how long do you think it'll take to pay back that 30k code maker? And that's doing a rank 5 rod and not a rank 4. If you did a rank 4 rod, it's obviously going to be much cheaper. Right, uncover secrets. Right. Now it looks like we've unlocked loads of daily stuff. Is that it? Right. And I assume that's going to spawn stuff when everyone fills that. Contribute 10 times. Well, I don't think I've got enough to do that. To be fair, it's probably actually not worth gearing my character up because if I'm getting all these valor stones and stuff, I'm sure I'm going to gear pretty quickly just hanging around here, aren't I? You know what to do. Contribute 10 times. I don't have the stuff. Right, so it's basically just unlocked everything. That's fine. The intro stuff done then. Right, sorry guys, let me read what you've said because I'm really curious about what you've been saying about these concentration alts now. I was going to do the numbers myself, but if you've done them, 1.1k per craft on ring enchants, so to take them around 25 enchants to get them back. Yeah, so that what do you think it'll take you? What, just over a week? Because you're going to get one lot of concentration straight away, second one in 3 or 4 days, second one in 7 or 8 days, and that's probably paid for itself by then surely, hasn't it? So do you sort of agree with those numbers, Codemaker? Just over a week then to pay for its Abyss enchanting setup from what you saw from doing it yourself? Three sets of concentration. The one you do straight away, the second one in 3 to 4 days, and the second one in 7 to 8 days. The third one, sorry, in 7 to 8 days. I mean, if that's the case, then it's 100% still worth doing, at least on the EU based on those prices. To be fair, even if it takes a bit longer than that, it's still definitely worth doing still. Yes, I'd say 3 to 4 concentration cycles. Yeah, 100% still worth doing a bit setup then on the EU. So yeah, get it set up on every single level 70 character. If you're paying yourself, if it's paying for itself in that amount of time, that's crazy. Still. And then even if it's make, you don't need many of those, do you, to pay for your token, really? You don't need to do a whole catch up, only about 160 and you buy cards, not decks. I did buy cards, wanted to get A to set up 2 professions. So that's why I did them. Yeah, I'm still getting characters to 72 though, so I can use the file. Yeah, I found that a bit freaking annoying as well. You can. I thought it was 71 though, not 72. Well, you obviously no, I don't even know why I'm saying that because you've obviously checked it more recently than I have. But yeah, it's annoying. Sorry, Maidu. I did see your question earlier, and I was getting to it. I just wanted to talk about what Codemaker was thinking about because I didn't want to miss that. But I think it's a highly debated topic. So generally speaking, I am somebody who's very conservative when it comes to saving stuff for a new patch, and stockpiling going into a new. Generally speaking, I don't like stockpiling, so I tend to be cautious against it. But I don't think it is a particularly bad idea to be saving concentration graphs for the new season release, although it might be a little bit early for it still. Because it's not like saving potions or herbs or ore or anything like that. There is a limited supply of these. And if the demand in the market outstrips that limited supply, then the price could end up going up. So normally I'd say absolutely not. Don't save anything. Sell it now while it's a profit. But I don't think it's a bad idea. But I think saving now, when you're 8-9 weeks away from a new season, probably is probably a bit too early. You'll probably have too much stockpiled. But I don't like if you get to like 3 to 4 weeks before, and you're feeling like you don't really need to sell, then maybe stockpile then, because I think a lot of people are going to stockpile, and we don't know what's will happen. So what we've seen on this channel before when we've checked stuff, where people have saved it for a season release, we've checked stuff and the price has gone down because that many people have stockpiled it, even though a new season started. So you don't want to risk that with like 8 or 9 weeks worth of concentration, especially if you're relying on that heavily for your gold making. But like 2 or 3 weeks, maybe. But generally speaking, if you're making gold now, I'd just carry on making gold for now and think about saving, maybe mid-January, if it was me. Is it 71 and I just wasted some time? Lol. No, code maker. My memory from this when I checked it out was like weeks ago. So if you've checked it recently, then you're probably right. That's why I said that straight away. That it'll be my memory, not you, that's wrong. Right. So how many? So grab 5,000 of those. And get crafting. Two things I understand watching a couple of streams. Lots of people want to hold on to Vial of Bountiful Season, and lots of people want to hold on to Enchant. Yeah. And the reason with a Vial of Bountiful Seasons is because the demand for it is going to go absolutely crazy when it flips over. But you've got to remember another thing as well. So the Vial of Bountiful Seasons massively increases your resourcefulness when crafting. Now, what's going to happen is when the Vial of Bountiful Seasons switches over, not only is the demand for these going to go really high, but the crafting cost on them is going to drop because everyone can then use that vial for crafting the vial. And people have a lot of these stockpiled as well already because it seems like an obvious thing. So something where you know the crafting cost is going to go down, demand's going to go crazy. When people are stockpiling, you just don't know where it's going to end up. Well, we have people here with 200 plus alts. The value of enchants will only go down, in my opinion, the more alts are being created. Yeah, but how low is it really going to go? I know it's dropped a lot, but it's the same with everything. We've got loads of enchanters, but everything else has dropped as well. It's because you think the profit from concentration comes from the price difference between rank 2 and rank 3 materials normally. So you're using rank 2s instead of rank 3s. So if something costs 2,000, like very basically, something costs 2,000 to craft rank 2 materials and 4,000 to craft rank 3 materials. By using concentration, you're making 2,000 gold more to make it really, really simply. But then if all the costs of those materials half, then the difference between the rank 2 and the rank 3 materials goes down. So stuff was going to go down anyway as materials got cheaper. But yeah, it doesn't help that more people are in the market. Someone just reset mastery enchant on EU for 4.2k now instead of 3ka. Go crazy. Go crazy and stock up. I mean, go crazy and clear out your stock. Right. Let's see if I can actually solo one of these rares. Oh, we can't fly it here. No, you can't fly. I watched Mr. GM's video the other day. He said you can't fly. You can unlock flying over 6 weeks, I think he said. Right, I'll go up here. How much life's he got? 18.6. I've got absolutely no chance, I think. Why? I'll Well, I'll see. Yeah, well, you've got 50 item levels higher than me as well, yeah. It is level 71, you're right. For some reason, I thought it was 72. My brain probably assumed because fan skinning required 72. Oh, no. Fair enough. Well, that's fine because you get a lot of that level just from doing some crafting, don't you? Like if you're messing around with professions to get into a position where you want that file, then you've done a load of crafting, so you've probably got most of that level anyway. No, these aren't related, but my brain is weird. Oh, oh, that's quite loud on my PC actually. Still needs to come down. Thank you, Islay 188085. Have some dancing squirrels again. We love the dancing squirrels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Cool. Still no squirrel sounds on stream. It's not squirrel sounds, it just plays some music. Surely you heard it because it's going through my speakers, so you'd have heard it from my speakers to my mouth. Don't make squibbly noises. It's the cat, yeah. One of the cats. Yeah, she'll be up in the Christmas tree in a minute. Van Brack, morning, K-Check, morning, or morning for you, afternoon for me. Assume your US side. How are you doing today? Mr. Dilly, welcome, welcome. Hello, how are you doing today? You feeling a bit better? A bit gutted you can't get your video out on Friday. I'm very I want I want to start watching your series, and I watched the first couple of episodes, but I'm one of those people that likes to watch things like all at once rather than waiting week to week. So I'd rather wait till it's all out and then binge the whole thing. But I couldn't help myself. I did watch the first couple of episodes. Out of curiosity, how out of curiosity, how many more episodes do you think you'll do or need for it? Sorry, let me go back because I've missed some chat as well, haven't I? When is the switch happening? We think it's on the 21st of December, but we don't really know. 100% sure. Hypothetically, if we scale. Does enter do anything? Yes, it sends your entries in, but it doesn't send you confirmation because I turned it off because Stream Elements is already spammy enough with this, so it is working. I think if you click on the link and it takes you there, I think it'll tell you as well anyway that you've got so many entries. Didn't hear anything when squirrels pop up. Didn't know should be. Okay. But hypothetically, if we scale up the alts a lot, builds without concentration would not be able to keep up with some rank 3 crafts. Don't know how much we would need, though, to make that happen. Yeah. Some crazy amount. And I think people are calming down a bit now on creating the enchanting characters. Although people might start scaling them up a bit with the information that we've just seen anyway, seeing as we know that but we can create these now and still make the gold back quite quickly. If you're making it back within just over a week, then it's definitely worth still doing. That would be telling. Well, that's just no fun at all. That is right. I'm pretty sure I'm going to die here, but let's give it a go. Yeah, he's right. I'm guessing I need to kill that. For that, I'm doing mechanics and everything. I'm clicking my bars like a pro. That's what the pros do, isn't it? Oh, I could actually. Okay, I'm not really a pro because I could have just interrupted it in the first place, but click that. I think that does something. Oh yeah, we can solo the rares. So you can solo the rares at 570 as a hunter, even with me playing. I just realised with 2 accounts and my twink trial account, I could boost 2 alts at a time. Sounds nice, eh? If it gets you more concentration alts, what's going to happen next expansion if we don't get concentration alts and there's nothing you can do with your alts, and everyone's leveled up these hundreds of characters? Like especially when we get Legion Remix, because this time people are going to go crazy, aren't they? If they know they can make all that gold from it. Like before, people leveled a lot of alts, but there wasn't really that much of a reason to do it. Like everyone, like well, not everyone, but oh, I'm gonna got run over. It's just going to encourage people to have hundreds of alts, which I'm sure Blizzard will be happy with people buying more accounts to. Right. Oh no, didn't make it. Uh, oh no, he's a clicker. I what I do, or when I used to Mythic Plus and stuff, I used to make it so I clicked certain buttons, but only buttons that I didn't want to accidentally press as a key binding. So stuff like Bloodlust as a shaman, I always clicked it because you're using it so rarely that it doesn't really affect your performance by clicking it. But by not having it keybound, like you don't accidentally Bloodlust at the wrong time, which is something that's like, probably not ideal to be doing. I think I need to go downstairs. This enchant shuffle stuff is confusing the fuck out of me. Anyone know how it works? Am I supposed to unlearn a profession and just do catch up stuff on enchanting for the acuity? Is that right? Yeah. So basically, you pick up enchanting, you collect the 2 weekly profession treasures that you get from collecting treasures in the world from enchanting. You do the weekly handing quest, which you get when you get to 25 enchanting skill, which he'll just ask you for some crystals or some dust or something like that. And then if you disenchant some stuff, you'll get 5 blue shards and then 1 purple shard. And then once you've done all that, then the weak aura will turn the word shimmering dust on the weak aura, which you should have. And if you haven't got it, it's on the Discord in the gold making section, resources section. It'll turn green. And then every time you disenchant a Dark Moon deck after that, it's going to give you one shimmering dust, which you can use to get one enchanting knowledge and 5 arts and acuity. But you can do that like 200 times and get like 1,000 arts and acuity or something. So if you do that, then basically it's going to get you, fairly close to getting all the arts and acuity you need to do a profession. Right, oh, let's just play with these balls. If you're struggling with it, I can find if you message me again on Discord if you're struggling with it, and I'll find a video that talks about it. And send it to you later on. We uh-oh, delete. Right, seems like the guy that was ganking me last time isn't farming today, at least, anyway. Oh, look at that. Look, Billy's proud of me. I moved out the swirly. Look at that. I interrupted as well. Can I join your Mythic Plus group now? What are you laughing about? I did. I got out the swirly and I interrupted. That's like MDI level. Professions are a much bigger world than I thought. I'm just a Mythic Plus and PvP Andy. Yeah, it didn't used to be like this. Obviously, there was a long time in the game where was it was really just extremely basic. And then in Shadowlands, they took a bit of a step up. And then in Dragonflight, they took a massive step up. But it's good. It's good that it's become its own little thing. There's so many different ways that people play this game now. Like, not many years ago, it was just basically you raided or you PvP'd, and now I would say things like collecting is becoming not quite as important, but definitely a more important part of the game than it ever has been. And gold making probably isn't at the same sort of popularity as collecting mounts and collecting transmog and stuff like that. But it's just another one of those things that people do because some people enjoy it, or two, because they do just want some gold, I suppose, to do those other parts of the game. There was also a guide shared in the Discord a while back that goes over shattering up concentration alts, setting up concentration alts, and chanting jugcraft, and it was quite comprehensive. Yeah, you're talking about the text guide, aren't you? If it's the one I'm thinking about and he asked me to have a look at it before he posted it, it is because it's not just about the setting up the enchanting, it's about leveling the character and all sorts, isn't it? It's a really good, it is a good guide, yeah. But I'm surprised by the numbers that you guys have given me today, though, for because I assumed with how much. I mean, this is a thing I've talked about before, where you listen to what people are saying in the community, and then when you actually try it out yourself, it's nowhere near as bad as people made out. I said this with things like the profession catch up when I was able to set up Abyss Crafter in a couple of weeks with doing nothing but the enchanting shuffle and just using the profession catch up and not spending a ridiculous amount of gold. Spent gold, obviously, but everything I read in the community was like the profession catch up is absolutely terrible. And then when I actually tried it out myself, it was crap, but it's nowhere near as bad as people made out. And then I'm feeling like a similar sort of thing with this, with the enchanting alts. People have literally said it takes months for you to get your gold back, and we've just seen today it takes like probably 7, 8, maybe another 8 days, maybe 12 days, depending if you need 3 or 4 concentration cycles. And that's what we said was a BIS setup as well, didn't we? For doing it as well. Funny how Weaver Cloth rank 2 and rank 3 are the exact same price on EU. Yeah, it's funny how we're getting the rank 1 cloth is costing more than the rank 2 and the rank 3 cloth and stuff at times. It's just it's weird, and it's happened with a lot of stuff from professions at the moment. I'm so sorry, Dilly. Why? What you done? What you done now? Oh, still no drop. I personally just like seeing numbers go up, whether it's Mythic Plus, PvP rating, gold, weights in the gym. Number goes up, it goes up, equals open. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the answer I give when somebody asks me, well, if you've got 1.2 billion gold, why do you want more? But it's the same reason as why do people spend hours and hours and hours farming a mount that they're never going to use? Or why do people spend hours and hours and hours pushing Mythic Plus past the point that they get any sort of reward for it? Like you said, number goes up, feel good. Yeah. You'll see on Discord after the stream. Oh, I hope you've not done what I think you've done. Have you seen the clip Manfius did the other day? No, Manfius's clip. I put it on the channel so people should be able to see it. Put it on Twitch. Sorry, it's a thingy clip on the channel. I'm literally about to go to do a mount run. Exactly. And you're going to do it for a mount that you'll probably never use, but you do it because you enjoy the process and you want to see the number go up. And before I was a gold maker, like I've said before, I was a battle pet collector, and I've done literally nearly on the EU side up until BFA. I've done literally everything in the game to do with battle pets. Stuff that come later, I've not touched because I stopped it once I was a gold maker. But I started making gold and building professions when everyone was already saying the market's crashed and margins are very thin. Still just going, nothing gets you nothing. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Yeah. And if you're managing now, like we said a couple of times today already, you're doing this in the most competitive time with professions. So if you can do this now, think what's going to happen when you get a new expansion, when you get these ridiculous profit margins and stuff like this. You're just going to be like absolutely blasting.
Pages now, Kat.
What are you using for the crafting speed? It was a bit higher before, I thought. Or guess I saw it wrong. No, it should be 75%. The only time it's not 75% is when I forget to put on my file of the quick hands, which I do all the time. And usually I get chat saying, telling me to put my file back on. It should be 75%. So you get 30% from the file of the quick hands, and you get 30% from you weavers buff, and then the rest you'll get from your profession gear. Normally. Home perhaps on par with Manfus's clip, but perfect match. Oh no. Is it let me have a look. Can we see it now? Oh, I can't remember where to see it. Still so new with this Twitch thing. But it's a perfect match for Manfus's clip. Oh, great. What have what have I said? I don't think I've said anything now, have I really? It's all right, yeah, you're done. Collecting purposes, yeah. I mean, that's and if that's what you enjoy, that's what you enjoy, isn't it? Right. Where we does stuff respawn up here or not? No, it looks like it's one-time collects. Right. Kill the parrot. Making me kill parrots in Bulgaria. Well, actually, it looks like I did need to be up there, but never mind. Go back around this way. Where do we get across? Do we get a watch this then? Didn't even jump. It'd have probably been better if I didn't say watch this then, wouldn't it? Right. That was intentional because I just wanted to get this all that was down here. See, I've nearly got all the ore now. Right, let's take that. That. Right, ore's done. Still some stuff I need you for. Yeah, for midnight, I'm going to get a day or two PTO and try and get ahead. Yeah, like if you ever want to like make gold, get some time off work and just go absolutely crazy for those first few days. I don't actually know how much I slept in those first 3 or 4 days, but it wasn't a lot. Because it's not like things like the race to world first or anything like that where you need your concentration. Generally, you're just grinding stuff out. Yeah, I can jump it. No, let's go round. I'm not going to try doing the disengage again. All right, just asking me to repair that. Annoying minecart. I feel like I'm going to get one of these up my ass in a minute. Yep, there it is. Done, done, done. What's that down? Grave sludge, Z8. Right. With the changes for crest acquisition in the next patch, there will be more people wanting to craft more gear, so prices of materials will be okay for gold making. Yeah, I mean, like all the gold making, the demand for all the gold making stuff is going to be crazy. But it's just whether that supply is going to outstrip it or not. Although for gear crafting, I think gear crafters will do okay next patch if you're willing to do all that stuff. But like we said earlier, that's the thing about gear crafting. It's more like for the whole expansion, isn't it? And obviously, when people get sparks and stuff like that, you're going to do much better on those weeks. So this is just a general kill quest, isn't it? Across the whole island. Man, having the auction house mount is probably so nice. This flying back and forth to the auction house is so tedious. Yeah, it's not just that. When you are in a cancel scanning war with somebody, it is a competitive advantage in gold making to be able to just sit there and cancel and empty your mail. You can cancel scan faster than anybody else. So it costs you gold and it makes you more gold. Now, it's not going to be like you can't make gold without this. Of course you can. But, you know, it's definitely an advantage to have it, basically. Crap. That wasn't what I was supposed to do. Oh, crap. Fine. It's all good. Where's the freaking pet gone? Come. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, maybe 5 mobs and a rare is probably a bit too much with my crappy gear. You have actually finished crafting. It's this Taylor that seems to be lagging. The other one's fine. It's this Taylor dude. Just give him a break. He has been crafting non-stop for ages. So, oh, sorry guys on YouTube. I keep forgetting to click over. What do you think of the current state of the economy? I'm playing Classic Anniversary, but I want to farm gold in retail to buy some stuff from the store. What would you recommend me do? So one of the guys we had on stream on Tuesday said he'd been farming on Classic and he'd used a gold trading service, which obviously there is some degree of risk involved in that. But because the demand for classic gold is so high, he was farming there and transferring the gold to retail and making quite a good gold per hour from it. Like more than he could make on retail, basically. Good evening, Wow Gold Addiction. How's it going? How's you doing, mate? I'm good, thank you. And you? Get some fresh coffee down you, yeah. What's the best profession to make a concentration army? It is definitely enchanting. Even still. It's not, the difference isn't as much as it was, but it's still enchanting. Oh, come on. So it looks like this Siren Isle is actually quite easy. If at 570, I'm able to solo rares. Just. Right, I could do with actually. Which one did he go in? The red one? Yeah. That's just a massive stat to secondary stats, and I think that's a good thing to get more stats. Wait, can I just enchant and disenchant my own rings to level up my enchanting? You can just cast the enchant on a enchanting paper thing. Hello, hope your week is going good. Cheers. It is, thank you, Chaching. How's yours going? Although it would help if I didn't keep dying. Good evening, good evening, good evening. What do you use your rank 2 bolts for? I'm going to turn them into exquisites and sell those, basically. Yeah, if it ever loads. How much? Might put some more plus skill on this guy. I don't want to go above 253. So I need to be careful because if I go above 253, it's going to screw my spec up on the miller. But I've got quite a bit to play with. Go. Probably get both of those. I never bothered getting doing patron orders on this guy. Because I wasn't going to get his skill up, but if I get it up a bit more, I could just leave him on the border between rank 1 and rank 2 crafting, and then he can craft both quite easily. When I want to, I'll just get rid of this stuff out of my back first. Enchanting Vellum, yeah, that's the one. How's it going? Yeah, instead of my vague rambling description of what it is, thing paper that you put it on. Yeah, yeah, Enchanting Vellum from the Enchanting Supplies guy. And that thing we were talking about earlier with the Warband Bank, that's why I use Guild Bank a lot of the time. For that exact reason. Now, if we kill you, have you chilled out a bit now? We've got enough. So if we buy like 2,300 Storm Dust for now. That. Right, sorry. What's the value? Weekly quest missing. Yeah, I did say I am going to go back and get it. If it's gold making, I usually notice. If it's got anything to do with anything else in WoW, then I haven't got a clue, basically. What's the value of classic gold compared to retail? I don't know what the actual exact like price is at the moment, but it'll be something that drops quickly. Like, because I imagine now that Molten Core and Ixia, I think, have just been released, haven't they? The people will quickly get bored of it again. Once they've done that once or twice, they won't want it anymore, so the price will drop quickly. But if you go onto WoW Market Discord, oh, there we go. Sorry, Woo's just got us. According to WoW Market rates, 1 to 10 to 1 to 11. Oh, that's for Kata Classic. I am new to gold making, picked up alchemy. Do someone of you have any tips to give me in order to help make some golds, please? Alchemy is probably the worst profession, unfortunately, because it is super, super competitive and expensive to level. It's you are that right. Oh crap! Just fucking put all my stuff in the fucking auction house, didn't I? To be fair, if I use rank 2 herbs, it shouldn't be a problem anyway. And just check prices. Be good and check prices before we do anything again. Do things properly. The rank 2s. 7.82. The rank 2s are a lot more expensive. Usually the difference in rank 2 and rank 1 is not that significant. In fact, the rank 2 lure drop's actually cheaper there. Bizarrely. Because the rank 2 spear. Not even got. That's fine, so get rid of that. So Boundless is at 120, selling at 150, 30 gold profit per craft. That's fine. That's even using rank 2 herbs. So let me just. I'm not going to go crazy. I'm only going to do a few of these for now. I need to make sure this even works because I've not even done rank 2 crafting on this character yet. If I mill those, is that going to give me. Yep. That's fine. It's giving me rank 2s just, which is exactly what I wanted. I want to be right at the bottom in the rank 2s. Seems to be about 1 gold for 150 to 1 gold to 170 for Season of Discovery. So what? Like, I've been streaming too long to do this in my head. So if you had 100 gold on Season of Discovery, you're doing it 150. No, I've done that wrong somewhere. It's more than that. Surely. Oh no, that's not even that that's not even that good then, really. Worst thing about alchemy for me, it's on my main, and he's not a goblin. The thing is, alchemy as a profession on a main is good because of the passive increase to your flasks if you just go down that way. So from the perspective of just saving you lots of gold over the course of an expansion, it's great. If you just use it for that. For making gold, then yeah, it's terrible. But for saving gold, it is amazing. Stun him and everything. Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad one to have, especially on a main that you are going to be using to play and use flasks and stuff like that. It's not, you know, it's fine. I won't worry too much about it. Just it's not necessarily going to be the profession that makes you lots of gold. Of course, it pulls. I'm pulling everything in the entire freaking zone. Like, how do I manage to do this every freaking? Come on, come on. Oh, that was saved. Hmm. Easy, never in doubt. Right. Uh, uh. Do we already know what type of farm there will be on Saranai, or will we need to be tailoring or skinning for the mob? I've literally got no idea because I've only just got here and just been trying it out. But I imagine that because there's no new leather and there's no new cloth, that those sort of farms will still be better off doing the current farms. Because the current farms we've got are quite good. And you're probably not going to find something on this tiny island that compares to, you know, everything we've found so far. In like all the other war within zones. So he's dead. That really does look tiny, yeah. It's very much like they compared it to the one in Dragon Isles, didn't they? But at the end of the day, it is only a like 0.7 patch, isn't it? It's not like a Forbidden Reach yet. It's like a Forbidden Reach, and they've said exactly the same thing. And it looks. Which little zone in the more?
Oh, yeah.
Coffee weren't that tiny. Coffee was bigger than this. I'm sure it was. Yeah, but coffee was for a full patch, wasn't it? So that's like that shows you how if coffee was even if it's the same size as this, it just shows you how much our expectations have changed. Like this is a 0.7 patch, and we're like, oh, this is small, and then coffee is a full patch because it was, wasn't it? It was a full thingy, and we're like, oh, this is all we're getting. It just shows you how much expectation has changed. I mean, let's just kill stuff and get this weekly done. I assume this is a weekly. A legendary something. I think. Is that actually going up when I killed it? Yeah, very slowly. Grave sludge. Grave sludge, where are you? You are. Yeah, I think I might have to do. Might have to figure out if there's a way to just get some easy gear and hopefully get up to like 600 item level. I'm sure there's probably some way in the game at the moment to gear easily. Although I've done literally nothing since the game released. Oh, that's lots of green stuff. It's dead. Well, okay, this wasn't the plan. That one. If I can at least get a little bit of gear, this will at least be a bit easier when I'm messing around with it on Tuesday when it actually releases. No. Oh. The size of one of continents of Argus. Yeah, I mean it's probably maybe comparable. Well, that shows you how well we did in Legion, there wasn't it? When we got those massive. Although to be fair, Broken Shore was pretty crap, wasn't it?
Hey, I got my mage tower there.
That was just annoying though, because it'd be like a weekly quest, like go and collect 5,000 crystals, and it'd give you 4,999 back and go like, lols, I only needed one. Yeah, that was. Which patch was that? Was that 0.1 in Legion? Broken Shore.
Yeah, and then I was
He's dead.
yeah.
Delves, Theatre, World Boss, that kind of thing, pretty easy. But last week was Delve bonus week. Okay. Yeah, I do need some gear. I mean, it's. I think most people are getting to sort of 600 fairly easy now. I'm sure I'll get plenty of gear off the island as well. But if it's easy, I'm sure there's an easy way to get gear, and if there is, then I'd rather just do that and not mess around next week. Like it is probably helpful for content to have at least one character that at least has sort of gear where it can do something. Switch you over. We will see. We will see you live tomorrow, Mr. K. Possibly, quite possibly. It might be a bit earlier tomorrow though, because I believe that I have to drive the wifey around. I'm getting some of that crafting lag again already. I'm only just giving them a break. Evening K check and chat. Evening Hell's Ripper. How's it going? We are just doing a bit of crafting, doing a bit of farming, and sort of just looking around the PTR a little bit. Or is that all I need to do? Just click on that. That's fine. See what's going on with this new patch. Mostly I'm just dying every time I come across any mobs, but we are sort of seeing some of the new stuff. Yeah, if you play a bit, getting to 610 plus is pretty easy just doing weeklies. Okay. I'll just have to actually play the game then, won't I, rather than just listing auctions and crafting all day. Yeah. Is anybody else trying to kill that rare down here again? Time walking raid and dungeons, easy way to start gearing. Okay, is that this week? Yeah, there's no time walking this week, is there? Which is unfortunate. It's next week. Oh no, it's not. I say if the PvP brawl was up, the comp stomp one, I could have potentially got PvP gear. I don't know how good that would have been. But that's super easy, isn't it? Even I can beat the AI boss. Top right screen is playing Classic Fresh. No, top right today is looking on the Siren Isles, which is the new zone we've got coming.
Spoilers.
In the patch on Tuesday. Or you can always buy some mythic BOEs, Mr. Billionaire. How much? Oh, I can't even check on it, can I? This guy needs to go out and do some crafting anyway, so. Well, it's going to be no good anyway. This guy's in a low population server, so I'm not going to see anything anyway. Yeah, that sounds like an easier way to do things. As I imagine, we need some. The mythic BOEs are a bit cheaper now, seeing as it's been out for a while. Classic time walking because of the anniversary. How come I'm not seeing it then? I'm not doing LFR. I'm not even thinking about. Oh, why am I not seeing it? Because I'm looking on the freaking PTR. That's why I'm not seeing it. Moron. Yeah, I can see it now. Now that I'm not looking on the PTR at Dungeon Finder. Oh. So what? That's fine. We might have to just do some of that later on then. What item level do you get from? Yeah, that could be Wylo. Freaking idiot. Yeah, tell me about it. Decided to go full tailor. All my alts have one main profession, enchanting, still legacy from the artisans farming. Now I'm going to turn those enchanters into tailor and cloth farmers. I'm going to run delves with the coins. I can buy bags and materials to flip into profane boxes. So what you do, you're going to have like multiple characters then for running doing the farm, just so you can keep doing it continuously and you don't hit the limit. War Within Dungeon event now live. Earn 610 item level gear. Oh well, that's proper easy mode gear, isn't it? Right, you can... Why is that? Craft away. Someone did a comparison of Ilwyn Forest to Azor Span. Ilwyn Forest is 2,500 by 1,800. Azor Span is 9,000 by 4,000. So it's huge, isn't it? So you can fit what? 1, 2, 3, 6 to 8 Ilwyn Forests inside Azor Span. Makes it tough to just compare sizes by looking at the map. Yeah. And that's a crazy difference. And you don't realise how big the zones are in Dragonflight, I suppose, because you're getting around them so fast. Yeah. That's why maybe Blizzard said we have to walk around this zone. Right, do I have to kill this guy? No, I need somebody's diary. You're not dropping that, are you? No, you're just a guy I need to... Although I'm not going to do the time walking on stream because you guys have seen how bad I do at dungeons. That's on a hunter, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not good at damage.
Oh. That's some crappy random green that drops is nearly an upgrade. Right, if I burn you down now that I've cleared the area, interrupted and everything. Oh, I can't get that one. Click, click. It must summon the mobs or something, because unless I just caught that with a cleave. Yeah, that was quite easy once we didn't pull like 500 of the mobs.
Didn't run away and pull someone else. Too soon?
Like that. Not really that much cheaper. Market's very camped by sniper users. Oh, for pumping the price of the mythic BOEs. I thought they'd have just come down anyway because there's such, like, by this point of the season, there's everyone's geared really, aren't there? There's obviously more supply into the market. So what's a mythic BOE going for at the moment then? as a rough figure. And it feels like raid participation has been fairly low relative to other patches. Well, I suppose it's been the same situation with Mythic Plus as well, and people have suggested it could be because it's so easy to gear through delves. Other option is always a heroic raid boost. Yeah, I mean they hardly cost anything at the moment either, do they? What are they giving? That's 610 as well. It's probably just easier to run the time walking in it and actually just try and do it myself. Right, that's what I was actually trying to do. I was trying to get over to the. I knew there was some sort of objective that I was going for. Yes, 4 times bountiful delve level 8 for the container reward and higher chance to earn coins with tailoring gathering more cloth to center bulk crafter. But with the kind of coins I buy, delve bag, coin bags into materials which can turn into profane box at the blacksmith guy. So you are. It's so rare that you hear of somebody farming and then using the materials themselves, like on a bisque crafter. It just doesn't really happen anymore, does it? So that's interesting to hear. Item level 629 range from 300 to 600k, depending on slot on EU at least. Yeah, it means it's probably a bit more than that on US, isn't it? I imagine. Average sale, but actually looking at them, some of them are decently down. Yeah, I just assumed they would be a lot cheaper by this point, especially on the EU where these things just get farmed into the ground, don't they? Oh, that do something. See what I'm clicking on this. Oh This is why, guys, they don't let me out the city. Don't worry, only 186 people saw it. Yeah, now no one's watching. People don't watch it. Apparently, nobody watches me. They just listen to what I'm saying. What's this? I need to do some poetry. is. Right, we just run back and hand this stuff in. People love a British accent. Is that why you're so popular as well then? Or do you feel like you're losing it now because you've been out the UK for so long? Because even my brother, who's only lived in Finland for like a few years, I'd say he's started losing some of his unique sort of unique sounding accent. Why you not let me hand in? Inspired by Ian, his 2 times Taylor set up with Tailoring Farmer in Follow Dungeon, Dark Flame Cleft, and Taylor bought crafting on the second character. Is he was that for his challenge one that he did that? Hello, always nice to see you, mate. No, nice to see you too. Welcome for popping along. Welcome, welcome. Not at all. I just have 2 voices. I articulate more clearly here, but everyone speaks better English anyway. Yeah. I do find it embarrassing how we are so bad at our own language that everybody from every other country has better, can speak it and especially write it better than we can. You know, on top of the 1, 2, 3 other languages that they can speak as well, that we can't. What the hell just happened? I'll come back and do that in a minute. Let me just hand my stuff in. I'm going to, seeing as this guy's giving this out for free, I need a blue one and a yellow one. I don't care as long as they're doing something. Easy mode 619 ring. So I think the Valorstones, they're for upgrading gear as well, aren't they? The Valorstones and the crest and stuff like that, that's all for the gear upgrade system. So should be able to. Right, it's not letting me do that. Is there no requirements in schools in the UK for a second language? You tend to, we have a requirement where you have to learn a second language, but it's only for like 2 to 3 years. And you don't get fluent in it. Like, I guess it's because you're not forced to use it. So like it tends to be French, German, or Spanish that we learn. But because you're not exposed to it all the time, you just lose it. So I did a bit of French and a bit of German, but I can barely remember a single word because I've never used it. Whereas I suppose people in other countries at least can be more exposed to English. Well, it's no excuse for how lazy the English are at learning other languages. Right, what am I actually doing here? You can go down. Oh shit, I can't whisper you. What? In game? What are we doing here? Right, just killing stuff. Right, that's even I can manage that. Have you tried pilfer through parts from an engineering for pummel permits? I have. And I just find it not worth it, basically. You are better off selling off the stuff and making gold that way, in my opinion. You joking? That gave me 2%. What are you going to give me? No, on Twitch wanted to whisper the YouTube link on the Ian's video. Just if you whisper it to me on Discord, I'll have a look later on. Because if you put it on here, I'm never going to see it. Because I'll forget about it as soon as the stream's over. But if you whisper me on Discord, then I'll have a look at it later on. Because I am curious, because I've obviously missed something somewhere. Right. Okay, I've got a feeling that I don't want to be near that. Right, if we just craft some bolts now, because they were... Just check the prices haven't gone up. 15.8. No, prices have actually gone down. So if we do... Just do 6,000 for now. Go, go, go. Does this multi-box skill translate to work? Fixing a broken arm with one hand, injection with another, third patient AFK in the waiting room. Yeah. No. No, because when you're in work, you know, if you're working and you figure out a way, if you do more work, then you just get given more work to do, don't you? Right, I figured out why I'm doing this wrong now, at least. Anyway, I'm supposed to use this bomb thing and just blow them all up. Yeah, so when you're at work, you sort of take it easy, don't you? Because as soon as you start doing that, then they expect it every single time. Okay, So it's not about being lazy, but at the same time, don't go doing stuff that you can't sustain over a long period of time. Because they will expect it, wherever you work. Right. I wish faster loot add-on wasn't throwing out OUA errors for me. Auto loot so slow. Well, if it's erroring so much, is it even worth using it at that point? Oh yeah, this still slow, this quest, for the amount you need to kill. Generally, what gold per hour do you get with tailoring? If anyone knows EU average for them as well, much appreciated. I've got no idea. At this point in the expansion, all I care about is that I'm making gold. I know it's not amazing numbers. And if I was just running one account and that was the only one that was making gold, then I would want to know the gold per hour. But I'm not that bothered when I know I'm running multiple accounts. It doesn't bother me nearly as much. And gold per hour calculations not fantastic. So it's the same thing as to why using like a snapshot from something like CraftSim doesn't work very well, because you can do a gold per hour calculation, but it's just like the CraftSim one in the sense that it's accurate at the minute you do it. But 30 seconds later, then it's not going to be accurate anymore because prices have changed. But I imagine the gold per hour from doing this is not fantastic. But the gold per hour from doing any of these three is not fantastic, but you know, it adds up. Sorted. What was that? Can you confirm you received it? I'll look afterwards. I don't have Discord open when I am streaming because it gets a bit it can get a bit spammy. But if you've private messaged it to me, then I will get it. I don't have anything blocked or anything. As long as you can actually send private messages to me, and we're on similar Discords and all that lot. Goodbye. 2,500 roughly. Oh, it's lag. Lag. I'm playing Pepperback Sal 2 Bisco per hour. Oh. Don't. I can't play it. Because if I play it, I won't do anything else. And I'll end up not making videos and stuff like that. I'm already sort of slacking on the videos because I'm streaming so much instead. And at least it's mostly FK compared to Gavin. Yeah, it's literally taking me no extra effort to do this, really, is it? I'm just occasionally checking prices and clicking craft. Every copper counts. Yeah, exactly. And that crab emote is amazing. I love it. Yeah, as long as you know you're not as long as you know you're making some gold from it, then yeah, it's adding up, isn't it? Like especially if you're doing it a lot. Come on, and now. Oh God, woo! With your points, you've proper been lurking. Do you sell the spools or something, or do you use them for something else? I will craft them into exquisite weaver cloth bolts normally, but I'll also, if I've got too many of those, then I'll craft some just normal bolts as well. It's better if you can craft the exquisite weaver cloth bolts, but you don't want to be like sat on thousands and thousands or something. So if you've got too many of those, then you just craft the other thing as well if you want to carry on crafting. And you don't have to, but it's still making gold. Mampius 2,400. Mampius has probably been hardcore lurking as well. Come on, you. God, you hurt. Jesus Christ. Have another bomb. Do literally no damage compared to these bombs. I'm a goal making sponge, always have been, even if I've been doing it for years, there is always something new to learn. You can never know anything. No, it's the thing is if it's something you enjoy, then you enjoy watching it and hanging out and being around it. Because I'm the same. Like most of the channels I hang around in are probably the same channels you hang around with, like Mampius in particular. I have a ridiculous amount of time there. Zansapol, who else? You know, yeah, basically the same people you do. And like you said, it's not necessarily because you learn anything else. And it's just interesting to see what other people are doing as well, because we all have the little things that we're better at than other people. And no one can know everything anyway. Chronic Grief. Hello, K-Chak. Finally catching you live. You've been a big help on my journey to Bruto. Thank you. You got it already, Chronic? Please tell me you've got it already. I'm glad it's all helped, but... Or are you getting close? Let's try one of these big mofos. Just bought yesterday. So happy. Congrats. Congrats. Fantastic. Like, it's a good job, man. I mean, what approach have you taken then to get there? What's made you like that 2 million gold or whatever it is that you've paid for it? Oh yeah, the Bruto emote. I almost forgot. Yeah, the Bruto. There's loads more emotes coming, guys. It's just that Twitch is just taking decades to sort of verify them. Oh, no. Although they did reject one already, which was not very nice of them. Yeah, I guess you don't need to join the giveaway then, do you, Chronic? Oh, whoa. Not paying attention there. Right, sorry guys on YouTube. I missed loads of chat there, haven't I? Will it be good doing it enchanting and alchemy for your concentration? Don't do alchemy, honestly. I have like 5 enchants, but I don't know what to craft. You have videos for that. If you're not sure, then just use Craft Sim and have a look at the gold per concentration. Like that is just the lazy way of doing it, the easy way of doing it. But if you haven't, you need Craft Sim to do it really. Hello, Horlem here. The WoW Warbear mount flipper bought exactly 4 million gold, sold it next month for 8.1 million gold. I mean, that's some pretty awesome flipping there. But how did you manage to get all of it for that cheap in the first place? Is there any downside to unraveling rank 1 cloth versus rank 2 if you have the skill to get rank 2 spools? I don't think so, no. I just do whichever's cheaper. Oh, I just realised. Forgot my bomb. All part of the plan. Thank you, thank you. I started with herbing and mining, then moved to set up around 10 characters with enchanting concentration build. Otherwise, just doing a bit of this and that, disenchanting Dark Moon decks and making bags most likely. That's awesome because that's literally the stages that I tell um, people to go through. So obviously you need to do your getting your initial capital together. So you need to do some form of farming. Personally, I prefer the mining and herbalism like you did. Then you go into the concentration, and then you've gone on to like more active crafting with the disenchanting. So that's fantastic. You've just done like a bit of everything. I think I've got get you on the way back round. This quest is taking freaking ages, even with the bomb. I did a little whoopsie, used rank 2 instead of rank 1 from Raveling. Luckily, still made a profit, and it was a small sample. I mean, you'll probably find a lot of the time there probably will barely be any difference in price nowadays anyway. So it's probably not made that much of a difference. Do you think that gathering is worth it more than crafting in gold per hour right now? If you're talking about a single character, then probably, yeah. You do need to get a decent setup for that character. Because, I mean, some people have been saying they're getting like 10k an hour from mining and urban. I don't know about that. I really want to try it out. It is on like the to-do list probably tonight to try and see what I can get from mining and herbing in an hour. And I'm not a very good farmer. So if I can get bigger numbers, then I know a lot of other people can as well. But if you can still, like some people was saying yesterday, they could get 25k an hour, and that was on the EU as well, on the Discord. They're saying they get 25k an hour on the EU. So if you can manage that, then that is, that's more than you're probably gonna get with almost any crafting at the moment. And the chap that said that didn't even have uh, like the best possible setup that you could have at the moment as well. I think it heavily depends on the state of the economy that day. But remember that crafting is very passive, gathering is active at 15k per hour. But yeah, it'd be down to 10k to be honest. 15k was top notch setup. Yeah, I mean, I would take a fraction of the price of doing something AFK than actively farming. So like these two characters that we've got down here, they are, even if I could earn 10 times more from actively crafting, I would still from actively farming, I'd still rather do the crafting. uh, right, and we've got the wows melting again. Yeah, I do have a Bisque character already, but going to change the missives and chance to gather more mats instead of getting more rare mats. I don't think it probably makes that much of a difference. If you've got a good setup, you've got a good setup, haven't you? I've got perception. I mean, unless you mean on your herbalist, if you've got perception on your herbalist, 100% get that changed. But for a mining one, I don't think it probably makes that much difference. With herb mining blue gear, I managed to reach 18k per hour. No full specs assigned, but a lot. Yeah. We'll see. I'll try it. See what I manage. I will. I'll try it tonight. I'll do it for an hour tonight and see like what I get from it. 1%. Are you kidding me? Come here. Really? That didn't give me the 1%. Which crafting profession are the best to invest in right now, do you think? I would say, as long as you are not doing alchemy, and as long as you are not doing enchanting as a regular crafting thing, then you can pretty much take your pick of the others because they're all good at different. They're just, they all have good times and bad times, basically. But the rest, I would say, is fairly even. Just don't do alchemy. And obviously, before you do any sort of proper crafting, I'd have those concentration characters set up first to make sure that you're definitely making some sort of gold. Enchanting on every level 70 plus. After a few hours, I got bored mining herbing. I was like almost whole day doing alloys. Yeah, because it's easy. You don't do anything, do you? So even if you're getting 10% of the gold from running an AFK crafter, you don't care because it's not actually taking you any effort. Uh, Perception both. Got perception on both at the moment. Oh yeah, definitely get that changed on the herbalism one because finesse is huge on herbalism. I don't think it's so much of a problem on the mining one, but definitely on the herbalism one. Did you ever find any other rares similar to Weevil worth camping, parking a character at? Ron did some videos on the topic about a year ago, but most of his recommendations were super low drop rate and long respawns. I've done some before that have been long respawns, and most of them are battle pet ones, I think, but I don't really think there is much more that I could think of off the top of my head. And I've not really looked because on my zero to gold cap challenge, I've got nowhere near the amount of ray guns that I need to cover the servers. So I've farmed loads of these. I must have farmed, 50 of these, but I'm getting nowhere near the end, so I've not really had the reason to go looking for something else. But I think there are obviously things that sell for a lot more gold, but like you said, much longer respawn timers usually, and usually lower drop rates. Because people camp things like Kazakh and stuff like that, don't they? Which you know, drops a decent amount of transmog, but you might not see him for 2 days. Is this going to actually let me hand stuff in now? Oh no, because we've got an active event. Is that? So that's fine. That's given me. Of course, it's given me the one I just got earlier. What do you want me to do? Examine rooms. And you just want me to. Right, that's fine. Good, good, good. I assume that storm thing then was one of these. Completing the event within the cave. That's fine. Good, good, good. Right. Full finesse. Yeah, I for herbalism, yeah, because if you look at the individual herbs, he around halfway round on the herbs, it says something like whenever you get a finesse proc, there's a chance to get even more stuff. So herbalism gets even more benefit from finesse, and on top of that, the null lotuses don't particularly sell for a lot. So I don't think I've come across anybody that's said don't go finesse on your herbalism tool. On the mining, there's been a lot of sort of 50-50 debate on it either way. I think when you're first starting out and you don't have all those max nodes in mining to get the null stones directly, then definitely probably finesse. But I think later on when you've got that more set up build and you can get the full null stones from the nodes instead of the partial ones, then it's more 50-50. But honestly, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer really with mining. So I don't know if it's worth you changing that one, but definitely change the herbalism one, honestly. I'm not an expert farmer, but I like pretty much sort of think that one's right. This one in Hinterlands drops chance. %1.4%. What's her respawn time? I know the item because I've flipped loads of these before. Oh god! So the comments on Wowhead are saying about 30-hour spawn timer, and it's a what 1.4%. 1.4% drop rate. Wow, it is so inaccurate. It's more like 20%. Yeah, it's not great for a lot of stuff like that, is it? But it does sell for a decent amount, if I remember. If we, I bet there's not even one on there, is there? I'll tell you what, should we just. So this is US side, obviously. Ignore variations because we don't care. So what? Cheap? Oh god. Oh no, that's super, super cheap. I thought it was going to be a lot more than that. Yeah, that's disappointing that it's so cheap, considering what the respawn timer is. Like I said, it's nice that the drop rate is much higher than that, but it's still a long respawn, isn't it? Once I've done all the catch-up points in enchanting, that's all the acuity right. If you want, it depends if you need any more. But most of the time, that should be enough to buy your profession books and all the tools you need for whichever profession it is you're doing. You can get some more if you need it, and I can show you that if you do need it, but it costs you more gold, obviously. Was probably on a student video recently. Yeah, so it's just probably been over farmed in the meantime, hasn't it? Because that does seem like it has been. I don't think it's something that seems like it would naturally be that price. One of the AFK farms I do is Jade Mist Dancer in Timeless Isle. Yeah, there is loads that you can do in Timeless Isle. I liked the Ruby Droplet rather than Jade Mist because it's right at the top and it's harder for people to accidentally kill it. It's a pain in the ass to get to. Hey Kay, we have to go. Thank you for the stream. Have fun. Oh, thank you. Thank you, April and Tony, for coming. Much appreciated and for sticking around for so long as well. But yeah, those chans look really cheap. So like you said, it must have been on a video or something recently. Gonna see how it plays out first. Yeah, but give me a yell if you do need any more, because you can get like another 150 if you need to. But that should be enough for you to do pretty much any profession, to be honest. Vulpyria camp is king. Yeah, and the Vulpyria teleport's really useful as well. It's really undervalued because you can just, even on this character like this crafter or something like this, I could set its camp at any location, so you can set it where something spawns, and then you can just half stone back and do it, whatever or anything like that. It's just a really nice little thing you can do. But if you're checking stuff out as well, the camp's useful for speeding up logging out as well. Did you play any other game except WoW? Not really at the moment. For the same reason, I'm not playing Path of Exile or anything like that, because it just distracts me from making videos and streaming and things like that. If I start Path of Exile 2 now, you will not see me for a month. So the best thing to do is just not start anything, even if you do want to play it. Chans drops in Sylvia's farm mog as well, and people have been spamming that farm recently. Yeah, I didn't see that it dropped there as well. I've seen a few. I've gone into a few channels and they've been farming there already, so that makes more sense. Because do they farm there for the? Obviously, I'm not a farming expert, but do they farm all the glorious stuff there as well? Don't they? I believe. Will you stream Path of Exile 2 if you play it? If I do play it, I will literally be like on probably on 1/4 of the screen while I'm doing other stuff if I play it. But I'm trying not to. It's the same reason why I don't play hardcore off stream as well. So you don't get too distracted by it. Right. Right, guys, my food is almost cooked. So I think I may have to leave it there today. We have done just over 5 hours, which is not bad. Not bad at all. So thank you all for coming. I am, as usual, going to chill out in someone else's stream for a bit while I'm eating. So if any of you guys, I'll move us all across. If any of you guys don't want to come, feel free to leave now. I'm going to move us across in like 1 minute. Stupid cat running into the door. She's still not figured out that she can't run through glass. See you tomorrow. Don't forget your link. Yeah, as long as it's on Discord, I'll see it when I pop on. Cheers, guys. Cheers, guys. Where are we going? Let's have a look. We'll go and hang out in Samicus. That's a chilled out one. He's just fighting a mythic boss, heroic boss now. That'll just what he needs.